Hello and welcome to DREAGUS Productions Wednesday night show stream. It is 1 October 2025. Appreciate each and every one of you joining us tonight as I get everything set up and ready for streaming. All the great shows that will be on this stream tonight. Thank you so much for coming in, tuning in already. We will get the pre-show for Censorship Sucks up here pretty soon. Cecilia Adams in the kick chat. Oh yeah. Be up and rolling here in just a moment or two. Making sure everything's good and ready to go. Hope everybody had a great week. Great weekend, past weekend. And has had a great week. I know today is Hump Day, Wednesday. Got lots of goodies coming at you today. Hope you're all ready for it. I'm going to be bringing Censorship Sucks up here for the pre-show. In just a moment. Still checking to see if I got all my bells and whistles rolling. And looks like most places are good to go. Once I get everything up and rolling, I will give them a call and see what's going on with the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show crew. It's Wednesday, so we should have Barry in later. So let me give them a ring-a-ling-a-ling.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. How about you?
Not much. Just
getting everything up and rolling.
Yeah. Like on a temperature roller coaster ride out here.
Really? Did it go
yeah,
up?
It's like hot today.
Hot today.
It went back up. Yeah, it was really cold for a couple days, and now it's back up.
We're catching
I'm almost
a little
too
bit
hot.
Cooler weather now that especially towards the evening time. You can tell fall is on its way here. you know.
Yeah, I can tell it here too, for sure.
But you know, here we go. And all right, it's a berry day.
Yes, it is.
It's a berry day, and it should be very
Oh,
good.
yeah, I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
Sounds good to me. When you come back, I'll go grab my coffee. Maybe that berry guy will come in. No, he's not ready yet. It's still a little early for him. You go around the chats and check everybody out. Today is the beginning of Darktober, folks. Appreciate each and every one of you out there, of course. Cecilia Adams.
Okay, I'm back.
It's going to be a berry night, Cecilia.
Cecilia.
Oh, Barry's almost as hot for her as Willie is for Sidney Powell and Greta Thunderbird.
Hmm.
Yep. So, how's your day been? What have you been up to?
Not much. I did get my new Starlink.
You did?
Yeah.
Using it
Yeah,
right
it came
now?
really quick this time. Yeah, I'm using it now.
Awesome. Sounds good.
And I got a roof mount for it.
You got a roof mount for it.
Yeah, so it's now mounted to the roof of my rig.
Well, that's good. Now you don't have to, climb trees and, go outside and say, "Can you hear me now?" Oh, yeah. Welcome in, everybody, over on D Live as well. Appreciate you. I'm sure that the Great Conspiracy, he was in, or MC Dirty Work's in there. MC was doing some, what was it? Conspiracy stuff. Oh, yeah. He was doing, what's his name? The guy from, oh, man. Can't even think of his name now. I'm like, man, I really don't like him, but, but some of the topics he covers is okay, and some of them are pretty good. Yeah, I think he's from England or Australia or something like that. What the hell is his name?
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Motivation just sent me a really long text message. All kinds of information in it.
Good. Miss her.
Yeah. So for now, I gotta reply with more than like a thumbs up or something. So I'll just wait till later to do that. She wrote a damn essay.
Oh my. Not that.
Yeah. The sombreros will continue until the shutdown status improves.
What the hell is going on with... Okay, well...
God, I've got like no articles in here.
Really?
Yeah. I've got like 8 tabs and half of them are all the same story. And actually 3 of them were from Sunday.
That sucks.
Well, whatever. It is what it is. There's not much going on with other than the shutdown, you know?
Yeah, and the thing that I was watching too wasn't even about what you know, the actual shutdown. It was a vote to see whether the Democrats are going to, you know, put an amendment to it or not. I'm like, what? I thought this was the one for the shutdown. And I'm like, no, and it's like, no, that's really not what's going on. I'm like, what? That's not what I'm trying to find. I'm trying to watch.
Mm-hmm. The Schumer shutdown.
Yep. Get the axe out. Start, you know, cleaning house. What I say, you know.
Oh.
Yeah. Looks like BitChute gave out on me, so I'm bringing it up on a different one.
Mm-hmm.
It is 1 October 2025, beginning of Darktober.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Barry ever come in yet?
Barry, did he come in
Yeah.
to the room?
I don't
That's what you're
know.
asking me?
Haven't seen him
Yeah,
yet. Try to come up.
I haven't either.
I don't know what's going on with BitChute tonight. I am trying like crazy to get it back up and running. I got time. Sure do. Let's see here.
Oh.
Yeah. That's what I say too. Try this again.
Let's see. Yeah, there you are, Barry. What up?
Is he in?
You on mute. You're muted or something, Barry?
Okay, I think the static is gone. I'm hearing you guys clearly. Ground control to Major Tom. Do you copy?
Yes, you're
Copy.
good. Come in, Major Tom.
Excellent, man. Yeah.
No, we are.
Go ahead.
We are Major Tom, not come in Major Tom. He's ground control.
That's it. Somewhere in that ballpark, in that vicinity.
Yeah.
We're floating out in space, and I'm just checking out all the asteroids and the Van Halen belts. You gotta love the Van Halen belts, right? The Van Halen radiation belts.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about Van Halen?
Well, I know about the band.
Well, you don't know about the Van Halen radiation belts out in space, right? I mean, they're very rock and roll like, dude. They just, I mean, every time it's an eruption. It's an eruption when you go through the Van Halen radiation belt. It's an eruption. It's like I don't know what's the word.
An eruption.
It's like what's the name of the Van Halen song? Something Cradle. What's the Cradle song? I can't think of the name. I'm having a brain fart, dude.
The cradle will rock.
It's like the cradle. It's like the
Rock
cradle will
on.
rock. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. It's like the cradle will rock.
Anyways, for those of you who are just tuning in to us on BitChute, it is 1 October 2025, and DREAGUS Productions Wednesday show stream. Starting out with the pre-show here with Censorship Sucks. John and Barry.
That's right.
At the helm for the pre-show.
It's
top of
Dragon
the hour.
Queen
We will get going and roll like a steamroller. Look at
Dragon Queen Productions.
what?
Never mind. I was giving you new potential.
Oh my God, Barry.
Oh man,
back to
Willie's
the
gonna
picker
love
shop.
that one.
Dragon Queen Productions.
I'm
Who's
not
the
talking
queen?
about.
Who's
I'm not
drag?
talking about your butt picking or your nose picking or your ear picking, but you know what?
Well, they say, you can pick your friends, but you can never pick your friends' noses, or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, that's too much.
At least I.
Anyways, I'm going for my coffee. I will be right back.
Yeah. Well, see, what happens when the cradle will rock and you're out in space and the Van Halen radiation belt, all these, rocks are flying by you, and it's like the cradle will rock. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause you're surrounded around. Yeah. So I'm just telling you, dude, I'm giving you more information than the actual astronauts did. Because the astronauts can't make up exactly what happened. The first astronauts that went to the moon, whether you believe it's true or not, they can't get their story straight of what space is even like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's what I always say, all these people that go, well, I don't care if we win or not. I have no clue. I don't have to voice in on everything because I'm no expert on it. But I will say this for a fact. They can't get their story straight. The first astronauts took a totally different story than what the astronauts that are out in space are saying today.
Interesting.
So, completely contradictory. Both of those cannot be true.
Aren't they all pretty much saying there's nothing there?
Well, the first astronauts said when they went out in space, it was in like their little live press interviews. They were like, well, we saw 0 stars the whole trip from
What?
Yes. Oh, yeah, 100% they said it. They all agreed to it, too. They all said, yep. They didn't see a single star from planet Earth to the moon. And then they said it was the blackest, densest, velvety black they'd ever seen. It's unlike any black that you would see on Earth. It was just such a dense blackness. But yet, if you listen to the people on the satellite, they say, oh, yeah, we're up here, man. And you can see stars everywhere, all around us. Everywhere we look, it's just stars, man. So it's one or the other. It can't be both. You know what I'm saying?
I can't imagine a scenario where you can't see any stars from space, though. That just seems ridiculously wrong.
I don't know what their purpose would be to lie. Maybe they are lying. I don't know. Maybe they did go. Maybe they did go and they were told to tell something different. Who knows, man? But it's very bizarre. And those are the things that make people go, I'm not sure if they can't get that right, how much of the whole story is true? And, it is one of those things, if you say that they never went to the moon, it's not the worst conspiracy theory to believe, but you kind of get ostracized like flat earthers. You know what I'm saying? It's almost along the same, it's treated along the same kind of lines. Like if I knew for a fact that they didn't go to the moon, I'd say, yeah, I certainly don't believe it. I think it's, very possible they did not, but I think it's, I guess, possible they did too. It's just kind of above my pay grade. I'm just not, when it comes to science, I am not the smartest guy, around. I'm just, science is not my thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's interesting. I love the fact that, there's just so many contradictions in every official narrative, it seems like.
Yeah.
And that is
even
what breeds. That's what breeds. You ever thought that maybe sometimes, like, the government is giving misinformation for the sole purpose to get people to, turn a conspiracy into something that actually happened? Have you ever thought of that? That's an angle.
Yeah, of course, They've been trying to feed us psyops forever, man.
Exactly.
I mean, kind of crazy when you think there's 197 countries on the planet and everyone has its own specific, truth it wants to be. Yeah, like 197 different narratives out there, depending on what country you're in, and what they want you to believe.
Yeah, on the same subject or issue, too.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, Cuba alone, just right 90 miles south of Miami, is like a completely different world.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I am back. Hey, your girl's back, Barry. Cecilia.
Cecilia?
Oh, yeah. You know what? Let's just use this same room for the show today, since it's working. If we don't have to bounce around,
Okay.
it'll be easier. Alrighty?
All right, just say when and I'll hang up.
Oh, we got probably about 3 or 4 more minutes yet. That way, we can go into the breaks. And we won't get cut off before you go to break or whatever.
All right, I just sent a picture of my new popcorn machine that I picked up at a garage sale, man. $114.99 new, but I bought it brand new at a garage sale for $7, and she was about to give it to me for $5, but I interrupted her, and so I ended up paying $2 more for it. And it's an Oster. It's like one of the theater popcorn deals, but it's a miniaturized version, dude.
Oh, cool.
Yes,
really.
Does it make good buttered
so,
popcorn?
I'm getting ready to test it out sometime this week, man. I'm just imagining it's going to have that, that theater popcorn taste, smell,
Yeah, you got to buy the cheapest butter, well, not butter, but margarine, and melt it first.
Never.
Make sure you melt
real
it in like the microwave.
I got to have real butter,
so that
dude.
it glows. And then after that, you can't use sea salt. You have to use the table iodized salt for
gosh,
that, for that flavor, take pictures when you're outside, using it, trying to sell it by the bag, along with your Kool-Aid stand you have there.
What I'm gonna do is next time I have a garage sale, I'm gonna pop up some popcorn and sell $1 a bag, man, because they're not gonna be able to resist with that smell just coming out,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or maybe I'll give it to them for free with the incentive to,
To
maybe buy something. Yeah,
buy it now.
but
Yeah, it keeps them looking around longer and they feel obligated to buy something because you got free popcorn. Plus, what does a little bag of popcorn cost?
Oh, nothing, dude. I mean, you can buy the Jolly Pop popcorn at the Dollar Tree for $1.25 a bag of it, which will make quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I use coconut oil to cook in. They got the coconut oil at Dollar Tree as well for $1.25.
Trying to kill me, Barry?
What? You're getting coconut oil for $1.25? That's crazy.
It's non-GMO too. It's not organic, but it is non-GMO. It's not extra virgin, so it is processed. But that's what enables you to use it to cook in high heat, because you can't really.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't use olive oil.
Yeah, and you can't use extra virgin coconut oil either. You can't cook with it at high heat. But the theater popcorn.
That's why you use peanut oil. Because peanut oil is good for high heat.
They cook in coconut oil for the popcorn at the theater. That's what I've read. I don't know if it's true or not, but they said that's one reason why it tastes the way it does. That they use coconut oil. But I always figured they probably use some cheap, like, I don't know, corn oil or something, vegetable.
Yeah, corn oil.
GMO,
yeah, there you
go. Yeah.
Mazola.
Gosh, no, I don't use that stuff. That's like... I stick to coconut oil, avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil. Sometimes, if I can't afford that, I'll buy like sunflower oil. It's like about the only seed oil that I'll use. But like canola oil and soy and corn is all GMO, or about 90% of it is. Oh boy!
All right, let's go ahead and switch over. I'll see you on the other side.
All right.
Switching over, getting a crew together, and we will start Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show in just a second. John Barry. Here we go.
All right. Welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Welcome to Dragon Queen Productions.
That didn't really even sound good. I don't know what you're doing, Barry. I know you're trying to be funny, but...
Dragon Queen Productions. You've tuned in to Dragon Queen Productions.
What? No.
No. Wait until Willie gets his hands on that.
No.
Yeah, Mark's going to hate me forever.
You know, he doesn't listen to the Sunday show, but he does listen to the Wednesday show for some reason. But, you know, hey, it's Willie.
He doesn't listen to the show that he's in?
No. No, I can understand that. There's lots of folks that don't like to listen to their own voice.
Oh, I get that. Yeah, believe me. But at some point, you got to get past that. You know what I'm saying?
I never did.
I don't know.
I hated editing over the last over those 11 years. My own show, Cafe Enigma. Oh, that one's on hold again. I shelved it. It's done. So no more Saturday shows for now, unless I bring Debbie into that slot. Anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side. Right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for October 1st, 2025. With me tonight, we've got Bullhorn Barry in the house. How you doing, Bullhorn Barry?
Oh, man, doing great. Greetings, Earthlings.
Greetings. Have you survived the day today?
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty excited about everything, to be quite honest. I'm really enjoying watching the left kind of melt down and believe their delusions. It's really enjoyable.
But you got through the day fine. The government shut down today. You made it right through your day okay, right?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a big threat to me. I think things will probably keep churning the way they always have, but we'll see. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I got through just fine as well. Everyone I know, I talked to, to make sure they were okay today with the government shutdown, and they all didn't even know mostly. So, It is what it is. Now, it is a tragedy. A lot of the national monuments and parks and whatnot are closed. If you're, planning to, I don't know, visit Yellowstone or Sequoia or the Grand Canyon or any of those types of things, they're not going to be open. You're going to take a long road trip to get there and find out it's not even open. It's would kind of suck, but I'm sure that happened to a few people. I guarantee there were a handful of people that showed up at different parks today and said, "What's going on? We just drove the family 4 hours to get here, and you're not open."
Exactly. Yeah.
But Donald J. Trump, in his wisdom, is going to use this opportunity to lay off a bunch of government workers, just to cut it all to the bones. If this goes on much longer, and they're saying now that they're in recess for some holiday or I don't know, some religious something or another. I can't think of it off the top of my head. I'm not sure what it would be, but they are in recess, and so Friday is the very soonest that they can possibly get anything done.
It's a Jewish holiday of some sort. I know that.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So either way, they're in recess. Friday will be the soonest they can possibly get together to reopen the government. And I don't know. I don't see it happening anytime soon. Do you want to prognosticate or give us your opinion on what you think might happen with this?
Well, I mean, the main thing I think that will happen is it will just expose the Democrats more. I mean, they want to close it down because we're not going to give illegal immigrants free health care, but we got to pay for it. I mean, these people hate Americans and hate America, man. That is totally absurd. And I know that's not the only reason, but that's in that. They want to give free health care to immigrants, but they want us to pay top dollar, of course.
Yeah, well, there's a few things that are happening here. First of all, the Republicans have already passed in the Senate, if I'm not mistaken, a stopgap funding bill that will basically leave everything as is, no changes, just leave everything as is, keep it all open. And that was shut down. That was rejected by Chuck U. Schumer. So, we got that going. Hakeem Jeffries is really no better. That guy, I don't know how someone with his IQ got into the position he's in. It's kind of frightening that America has someone of his IQ, one election cycle potentially away from being the Speaker of the House.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
But here's a couple of things they're asking for. They want to restore healthcare access for illegal aliens. They want $500 million funneled back to the leftist PBS propaganda. So PBS funding back on. No way, no thank you. I'd rather shut down the government for a couple of weeks than have PBS funded with $500 million. It is absolute garbage. They want to slash funding for rural hospitals, and they're demanding $1.5 trillion in new spending tied to just a 7-week funding measure. So all of these are pretty much hard nose. And Trump said so. Told them straight up, ain't gonna happen. We're just not doing that. And you get these people like Senator Warren, who's out there saying that they just want to make healthcare affordable, and Trump standing in the way of them making healthcare affordable for average Americans. But what about the Affordable Health Care Act? We passed that 15 years ago. Well, how come that hasn't kicked in yet?
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah.
They got their big daddy bill. I'll tell you, my premiums went from about $250 a month pre the passage of Obamacare, the Affordable Health Care Act, to $1,200 a month after it was passed. And so I obviously didn't get insurance after it passed. I was like, screw that. $1,200 a month? Are you kidding me? Ridiculous. So it pulled my insurance right out from under me, and I was there for many years without it after that happened, because that's a ridiculous amount of money that as a single person, just me, I'm not going to pay that. Who could? I mean, who could do that?
I totally agree. It's the not so affordable Health Care Act, I think.
Yeah, it was intentionally designed to just screw you, like always, all this stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
they always make it sound like it's better when it's actually worse. it is. That's why they always come up with these little clever, witty names, you know, Affordable Health Care Act, the Patriot Act, you know, all these things that are supposed to be for our good, but really aren't once you dissect them.
Mm-hmm. The Inflation Reduction Act injected, what, $7 trillion into the economy, which is a absolute guaranteed recipe for higher inflation.
Exactly. Yeah. That's how they roll.
Yeah. It's wild. I mean, the government always does that stuff. The Pelosi Act is one that was probably named appropriately, you know, to stop Congress and Senate from trading in stocks on insider information.
Yeah, they got that one right.
Yeah. I know they proposed the Charlie Kirk Act, which would prevent the government from spreading propaganda through the television networks, which Obama allowed. He rescinded that order. We all remember, well, we don't remember per se, but we've all heard about Operation Mockingbird, where the FBI, CIA were going into the networks, into the major newspapers, and feeding them stories that were designed to mislead Americans, to get them behind certain things the government wanted to do, via lies, straight up lies. That was made illegal. Obama came back in and said, yeah, you know, let's start doing that again. And look where the country's gone in that time. Look what's happened to the unity and division in this country since the Obama years, you know, because of this irresponsible, grossly negligent act of them trying to manipulate the American people with lies through the media. And it's so obvious at this point, you know, just so obvious.
100%, man. Yeah. That's what they do.
So, well, I don't know. My opinion on it, will they open this thing back up again anytime soon? Probably not. It could be. I think the longest shutdown ever was a month. And that's kind of what they want, you know. The left, they want, Chuck Schumer wants Americans to feel it. They want to feel pain, even though everyone is blaming him. All the polls, everything are blaming him.
Yeah. I was going to say most of the polls don't want the shutdown. So that would include that Democrats are not for it as well. Maybe not as many Democrats, but a good number of Democrats and independents, libertarians are also against the government shutdown.
Let's see here. I've got a interesting clip here from Chuck Schumer over on CNN. He was asked about the shutdown. This is what he had to say.
Every Republican who's gone on TV the last 12 hours or so has called this the Schumer shutdown. What do you say about that name?
Hear that?
Silence. Crickets.
Senator Schumer, can you hear me?
I can't hear.
Senator Schumer, can you hear me?
You can. Sure you can.
Yeah, I can't hear. He immediately says, you know, okay, can you hear me? He says, I can't hear.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I can't hear you, but can you hear me? No, still can't hear you.
No, I cannot hear you.
Oh, I'm just reading your lips. That's all. I'm good at reading lips.
Yeah, it's it's funny. I mean, you know, here he is. I can't hear you. Wow. You know, yeah. But let's see here. We had Maxine Waters as well. Let's play a clip of her today.
Do Democrats want to prioritize the health care of illegal aliens over a government shutdown? Because if the government does shut down, Americans...
Excuse me, stop it right there. We're not prioritizing. What we're doing is saying simply we want to keep the government open and we want to work with the Republicans and have a bipartisan agreement to keep this government open, and health care is at the top of our agenda.
Are Democrats demanding health care for illegal aliens?
Democrats are demanding health care for everybody. We want to save lives. We want to make sure that health care...
We want health care for everybody. Do you want it for illegals? We want it for everybody. Okay, so you want it for illegals. What you just said is you admitted you want it for illegals. And that's why the government's shutting down.
Yeah. And, you know, they want to dole it out free to them as well. I've also heard that in that budget is, you know, a clause for trans surgeries for minors as well. So they're totally exposing who they are, man. If they think they can get away with something like something as evil as that is so rejected by the public, the strong majority is against that. I mean, only the complete insane and mentally ill are for that.
Yeah. You know, there's Billboard Chris, is that guy who always walks around, you know, college campuses, cities, whatever, and he carries, you know, wears these billboards, and they'll typically say that children cannot consent to puberty blockers, right? And, you know, kind of a change my mind sort of thing. Come up to me, let's have a conversation. You know, his side is that children cannot consent to puberty blockers. I would agree. They can't. It's way more dangerous than people make it out to be. People who support it say, well, it's reversible at any time. You just stop taking them and off you go. But that's not true. If you're 12 years old, you start taking hormone blockers, puberty blockers, and you postpone your puberty, and now you're 18 years old, and you come off from what? You're going to have a perfectly healthy puberty at this point? That just makes no sense. You've irreparably harmed your body forever. You will never be the same person you would have been had you been allowed to go through puberty naturally. And there's just no way you can argue around that. I mean, am I wrong, Gary?
There's just too many downsides. You know, too many risks, too many downsides, and some of the downsides are irreversible. So it's just not good for children who aren't in a place to make that decision. And parents certainly aren't in a place to make that decision for their kids either, because it's absolutely just reckless, irresponsible, and I would go as far as saying evil, man, to harm a child, your own child, in that way, when 80+% of children that suffer from gender dysphoria outgrow it. But you never outgrow it once you start pumping them full of those nasty hormones and the chemical castration, all their evil stuff.
Yeah. Hey, when you're 18, go for it, right? If you're a grown up, you're a person, you have bodily autonomy at that point. You're not under your parents anymore. You're 18. You're a man or a woman. Go ahead. Do what you want to do. I'm not going to stop you. If you want to put on a dress and call yourself Sally, go for it. I could care less, you know. But when you're a kid, no, absolutely not. It's just despicable to think that people would want to do that. And, you know, again, a lot of them, you say it's evil. I think a lot of them are just brainwashed and dumb, right? And they really just think it's they're being the good guy here when they're truly being, you know, the baddie.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a phenomenon. It's hard to explain and understand anybody that would have that kind of a deluded mind. I mean, it's really bizarre to think that, you know, that they would think this is a good thing. It's just hard to wrap my head around that. You know, 15 years ago, nobody would have said something like that. Everybody, but maybe a small fringe, like 1%, would say, yeah, that's insane. But for whatever reason, there is some sort of bizarre psychosis that is happening to many people on the far left. I mean, some people blame Trump derangement syndrome or what have you. I think it's a little bit more complicated and nuanced than just that. It's a combination of things that we've talked about, probably many of those reasons why on the air. So, yeah.
And again, you know, and there's a violence to it as well. You know what I mean? When you see people debate, you know, Cam Higbee, I think it is one of the guys that's now recently sort of trying to step into Charlie's shoes and go to a lot of campuses and just sit down at a table out in the quad or whatever and just have a conversation with people. And I saw him debating with some lady about this, and she just got violently angry at him. And he basically was like, should I die for my thoughts? Are you saying that, like, I should be dead because this is what I think? You know, and she didn't come out and say it, but you could tell underneath the surface, yes, was her answer. You should die, you know, because they see it as you're killing kids because the suicide rate is so high in trans people. But why try to make everyone trans when the suicide rate is so high for them? Why not just let them grow up and maybe they're gay? Maybe they're just gay.
Well, they know that 80+% of children will outgrow it. This is a well-documented fact. So, I mean, knowing the facts, how do you continue to believe such a horrible, horrendous, horrific, nightmarish, demonic, I don't know how to describe it. You know, who would do that to their child? You know, I guess the Holly Weirdos, a lot of the Holly Weirdos have done it to their children. I mean, because they're probably being told by their handlers to do it, you know, and they want to sort of set the precedent so that hopefully other people will follow. Then you have to ask yourself, why is there this big move to make this happen? You know, why is there this big social engineering happening? Is it to destroy the nuclear family? Is it to destroy all morality and, values that Americans generally have had over the past couple of hundred years?
Yeah, it's definitely to take down the nuclear family. I mean, that's one of the biggest goals of the left, is to take down that nuclear family. They want these. It's a source of great strength for people who have that, and they don't want that, right? To put it bluntly, they don't want that. It takes away from the government power if the families are the firm structure that people rely on the most. You know what I mean? They don't want you to rely on an uncle or cousin or whatever. They want you to go straight to the government and get it from them.
Yeah.
Which, it is what it is. It's Cloward and Piven, man. I'm starting to understand a lot of the Antifa people better nowadays. And when they say they're anarcho-communists, they're anarchists in the short run and communists in the long run, if that makes sense.
It does.
Right?
Yeah.
They want it to all break apart and turn into anarchy so that they can rebuild their communist system on top of the remains of what was once the greatest nation on the planet, the United States of America. And that's, how they do it. Cloward Piven, look it up if you don't know about it.
But they have
it's a
leader using them. The elite and the globalists and all the power structure is just using them to get their agenda for even let's say they think it's going to be some sort of communist utopia, right? No, that's once it becomes communism and globalism and all that, it's full spectrum dominance over the masses. That's what they don't understand. They're just nothing more than pawns of the globalists, man. I mean, if they could just see the truth, they would immediately stop what they were doing.
Yeah, I think so too. If they knew what they're trying to bring to be. And that's the thing about communism, man. Everyone has their own kind of version of what it should look like when you get into the minutia, On the big level, they all kind of agree to what it is. But when you get into the minutia of how our day-to-day thing is going to operate under communism, it's always going to be vastly different, severely different than what they imagine in their head as their day-to-day life is concerned, right? I'm going to sit in my studio in the city and I'm going to make art and sell it and make a good living and be happy. And no, you're not going to write poetry and draw paintings. You're going to be down in the salt mine swinging a hammer. That's where it'll get. I
agree. I kind of figured out why these people are so easy to buy the deception. I mean, go watch on YouTube. I'm trying to think. I think the guy's name is Nick Shirley. He covered the Portland, situation that's happening right now with the feds being in there. And he was interviewing the protesters. Then he was also interviewing the Antifa people. And if you listen to them and you look at them, they're clearly not the sharpest tools in the shed. Do you know what I'm saying? And so those are the kind of people that are easily manipulated because they don't really have very much critical thinking. They're easily maneuvered and manipulated. And so, they're not the smartest people either. They just yell, they scream, they shout. Many of them don't bathe very often. At least it doesn't look like they, you know what I'm saying? They're not spoken. They're just kind of idiots, a lot of them. Go watch it. It's called Antifa versus the Feds, man. And
I saw that.
Oh,
and that's kind of what I was drawing inspiration from when I was talking about how the anarchy and communism, work together. Because that's kind of what I was hearing from some of the people out there. And so, Nick Shirley, there was a point in that video where some Antifa dude is just berating, get out of here, screaming bloody murder. He backs him up to another street and then kind of starts pushing him down that next street away from where the protests were. And all of a sudden, the Antifa guy's got a couple red dots on his chest. Did you see that?
Yeah, and he's like, you've got lasers pointed at you right now from feds up on that building over there. You better back. Because, see, the left still thinks that Biden or Kamala or some Democrat is in control of everything. No, we've got a new sheriff in town. And guess what? He's reestablishing the rule of law. You can't just go around killing people, stabbing people, and shooting people and get away with it anymore. These people are going to be locked up and put in jail if they cross the line. That's why Trump brought in, the National Guard or whoever it was that he brought in.
Exactly. And they're screaming bloody murder in Oregon over all that. The last thing they want is for their, troops, they're stormtroopers, to be held responsible for their actions. So, they're really pissed about it. But Trump doesn't care. You send them in, man. Let's go. I agree with them 100%, man. Antifa should have been nipped in the bud years ago. A decade ago, they should have taken care of that problem. And our streets would have been a lot safer ever since.
Yeah.
And people wouldn't be afraid. I mean, people on the right are afraid. If you're going to have some sort of a rally and you go to it, there's going to be Antifa there, and they're going to be violent to you. And so it mutes turnout big time for conservative events, for church events, for pray events, for anything. There's an X on your back if you're going to one of those. Because they'll call you a fascist, they'll call you everything in the world just so they can, justify beating you over the head. Right?
Well,
if I call you a fascist, then I can beat you up.
Yeah. Oh, remember the guy you were talking about that was harassing Nick, right? He was, trying to tell him he was here to get clicks or something. Like, well, I'm reporting and I'm giving both sides, which he did. He interviewed both sides. He was in protesters. He was interviewing the people that were against Antifa as well. Obviously, he's pro-America, but he was being fair in his reporting, And the guy was just like completely nuts and did not seem in his right mind, did not have any like critical thinking skills whatsoever, and was attacking him. And the more he attacked him, the more stupid he looked, because he didn't have any argument, because the guy was obviously just going around asking people questions. And I think what really happened was Antifa didn't want people seeing what they're really doing. Because I can guarantee, even though I don't watch the fake news, I would imagine that none of what we saw in Nick Shirley's 20-minute video was broadcasted in the liberal fake news media. Yeah,
for sure. They don't see any of that stuff. They just see if there's violence on the street and Antifa's involved, they look at who Antifa's attacking and say, wow, those people are fascist and horrible. Look what they did. They're on the streets trying to cause fights and all this other stuff. And there's two sides to every story, And I'll tell you, a lot of the Antifa guys are just whacked up on drugs.
That's true. I think that's 100% true, man. They have to be. What other logical explanation is there? Well, one of the guys, I think it was in that video, was saying, yeah, just look at their eyes, man. Their pupils are like wide open. Of course they're on drugs. And one of the guys said, are you on drugs? Are you on drugs? And she wouldn't answer because she was obviously clearly drugged out.
Yeah. And there's a hierarchy there too. I was reading about this, one of the leaders of that Rose City Antifa, and, wealthy guy, got a nice home. He brings a lot of these people out to his home, and they have, orgies allegedly, with, all kinds of drugs involved and whatnot. It's it's a perk they get for being part of the frontline army for the Democratic Party, they're working on behalf of the efforts of the Democratic Party, but at the end of the day, they're anarcho-communists. They just want to see America destroyed and rebuilt with hopefully someone like Kamala Harris as a dictator. But folks, on that note, we got to take a break. We're going to go to commercial. We'll be right back with more of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show right after this.
Great. We're on radio break. Good job, guys.
All right.
Yeah, that was that. I'm glad you saw that video. I'm glad I saw it too.
Oh yeah,
it's a really good video. My friend came over. He brought me a lawnmower. He had an extra one because mine broke, and he came and watched the second half of it with me. He was just like floored. He couldn't believe it, dude. He had no idea that's what was really going on in Portland.
Yeah, and it's on two fronts too. It's the ICE facility and the courthouse downtown. So. But these kids, they're just kids. At the end of the day, they're just dumb kids. I mean, if they think they're going to take on the military of the United States of America, they've got another thing coming.
Well, they're not the sharpest tools in the shed. Like I said, they're going to find out real quick that Biden's no longer the president, and they don't have a free pass to do whatever they want to do anymore. And, the liberal cities used to give them a free pass, but when you have the feds coming in because they're now, labeled correctly as domestic terrorists, it's a whole new ball game now.
Oh, yeah. And I'll tell you, you give me 10 good Marines or Green Berets or something, and those take out 100 of those guys. in no time. And I don't
Yep.
mean kill them. I mean, they'll take them down, arrest them, systematically, and just go through, and they'll be no more. With
Well, we
literally, I think 10 well-trained soldiers.
We did see him arrest a few people there in that video.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I got to hand it to Nick, man. He's a pretty brave dude to go down there. I mean, he's not like the biggest guy, if you know what I'm saying. Not that Antifa is either, but you're in dangerous territory. And he stands out like a sore thumb. He doesn't look anything remotely like Antifa. So they automatically know he's not one of them.
Yeah.
Which puts a target on him.
It does. I was thinking the same thing, man. He's got some pretty big balls to be doing that. Yeah, especially after Charlie Kirk, man.
Yeah, I've never heard this guy before until I watched that video, and I was like proud of the guy. I was like, man, I'm really proud. I'm glad this guy's out there doing that. How else would we know? Because the truth is not going to be televised in the mainstream media, so we got to have that independent journalist down on the ground and reporting. Otherwise, we'll never know what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right though, man. Balls of steel.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
And he's a young kid. I bet he can't be more than, he's definitely in his 20s. He could be in his mid.
Yeah.
He's a young kid and he's out there just doing the thing,
Yeah.
But when you're young like that, you think you have 9 lives. So you do kind of think you
30
can.
seconds, guys.
Forever.
Yeah. And, he probably grew up watching so many other people do that. And like one by one, they all kind of fall. It gets too dangerous for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it becomes well known.
Yeah, like Andy No used to,
All
embed
right,
himself
and
with
here's
NT
your
people all the time.
countdown. 5,
Yeah,
4,
you're right.
3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for Wednesday, October 1st, 2025. We're here with Bullhorn Barry tonight. What's going on, Barry?
Not much, man. Just loving the show tonight so far.
Yeah. Did you see Steven Crowder put out a new Change My Mind?
I did. I saw that.
Yeah. I watched some of it. It was about an hour and a half long. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched some of it. And what was the theme? It was something along the lines of "The left is violent, change my mind."
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
And he's talking to people about, hey, you guys just killed Charlie Kirk. He was doing pretty much exactly what I'm doing here. He was sitting here at a table talking to college students. And you shot him. You tell me you're not violent?
Yeah.
And he talks immediately in the beginning about it, about the levels of security that they had to put in place for him to do that. And not even go out there and do that safely per se. He still took a giant risk going out there. I mean, yeah, you got a bulletproof vest on, but Charlie got shot in the neck. He had a bulletproof vest on.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's very risky. And for him, for people to go up and say, "Oh no, it's not coming from the left." Well, where is it coming from then, man? Show me instances. They keep talking about this, the husband and wife in Wisconsin that were shot. They were part of the Senate there in the state. But that guy was deranged. The guy that shot them actually said that, what's his name? Made him do it. The governor of Kamala's running mate. Why can't I remember his name right now?
Tim Walz.
He's that irrelevant. Tim Walz told him to do it, is what he said. So,
that's the thing.
They were
really any clarity when they say right-wing violence. It's quite ambiguous most of the time, but yet they go, "Oh, we'll put that over into the right-wing category. That's a right-wing, terrorist act." Boom. Instead of like sort of somewhere in the middle, like unknown, they just automatically by default put it into the right-wing category.
Exactly. When about 80 people are shot in a weekend in Chicago, are those Trump supporters that are shooting up people in Chicago? I doubt it.
Well, that's the thing. If you really tallied up all the numbers, the leftist extreme violence is off the chart. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely off the chart.
It's not even comparable. I mean, again, even with someone like a Crowder or Cam Higbee sitting down at a university talking to people, calmly about facts, about, hey, I think this is immoral. What do you think? they get angry. They get really, really angry about it. It's almost the knee-jerk reaction they have every single time is to just get violently pissed off about someone having a different opinion to them.
Mm-hmm.
And how quickly does that turn into, an attack, an assault of some sort? Cam Higby as well went to a historically black college somewhere in like Georgia, and they ran him off. He was in fear of his life. I mean, it was a dangerous situation when they ran him off that campus. I don't know if you saw any of that footage.
Yeah, we talked about it last Wednesday a little bit, and that was very terrifying. But yet, when the left makes posts about it on X, they show a different clip. They don't show the mob chasing him down, yelling and screaming and threatening him, And what I mean threatening is they're just like all up in his face, cussing, swearing, yelling, very terrifying, if you ask me, when all you want to do is basically have some civil conversation. That's a terrifying response to that. And then the college responded and said, "Oh, the students responded responsibly and correctly." No, they didn't.
Oh, God, no. They didn't act like adults.
Civilized
at all. Yeah, they act like thugs during that moment. I mean, it was nothing that made the school look good in any way, shape, or form. If I saw that video and I saw someone from that school wanting to apply to a job, I'd be very hesitant. I'd want to know a lot more, And
he was filming it. He was filming it while they were attacking because I just wanted to ask some questions. That's all I wanted to do. This is what they do.
Yeah. It's a wild world out there, man. It's really getting so divided. And I'll tell you, I don't see an end to it. I don't see any quick answer to all this stuff as to how it ends, when it comes to an end, what's going to look like afterwards.
Yeah, it's a slowly diminishing thing. It is like getting less, but the intensity is getting stronger. So there's less people doing it, but the intensity is stronger. Now, I think it will start to slow down even more once they stop the people from funding it. That's the key ingredient right there. That's why it's very good news that the Trump administration, the FBI, and all the different apparatus of the government is looking into those people that are funding the domestic terrorists and fueling their, endeavors.
Exactly. That's so key. It really is, because they can't be rewarded for this. If there's going to be some riots going on in Minnesota and you're cutting a check for a bunch of, Antifa from Portland to drive their bus out there with 30 people in it, to go cause havoc on the streets there, you're as guilty as they are.
Mm-hmm.
And you should be punished for everything. You're held responsible for anything they do on your dime when they're out there.
Well, they've got it so set up that when they do get arrested in these leftist hellscapes, it's all set up. They've got an attorney, they've got, and they're let out on bail. It's all, it's like clockwork. So you have to stop that system, and that will really diminish their movement. I mean, greatly, because right now it's, whether people realize it or not, it's very organized. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's clearly organized. I mean, right down to the pants and the shirts they wear, everything, to make sure they're black bloc is what they call it, where everybody wears identical clothing.
And the signs are professionally made a lot of times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And a person's going to go and, have that made, right? They would just take a Sharpie and a poster board and make their own little sign. But no, these are professional signs. And then, of course, bricks come in, cement blocks come in. I mean, come on. Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember that during BLM. It's just like all of a sudden you're around a corner and there's a pallet of bricks sitting on the side of the road, like strategically placed. Yeah, right where they needed to be for the rioters, Like, somebody planned this ahead of time. Somebody organized the route right down to making sure that the mob walks right past that pile of bricks.
Yeah, really. They couldn't miss it, right?
Absolutely. And it's crazy. These should be serious felonies. It's terrorism, for crying out loud. You're trying to influence the government through use of force and intimidation.
And the left wants to believe it's not an organized situation, and that it's just an ideology. It's just an idea. No one's mobilized and organized, and there's no such thing as Antifa. It's just an idea. It's anti-fascist. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm. Jerry Nadler was cornered a few years ago by Fleckus Talks. And that was what he said. Yeah, no, it's just an idea. It's a lie that's being perpetrated only in Washington, D.C. It's like, dude, have you been to Seattle? Go to Seattle, go to Portland, just watch this stuff firsthand. And you tell me it's just an idea.
Yeah. And they have posters,
I mean,
they have meetings, and they, have agendas. I mean, it's not just an idea.
Oh, yeah. I remember watching an undercover thing a number of years ago where they traced Antifa, one of their meetings, to a Teamsters office, a local Teamsters there in Portland. So, now you've got unions directly involved in supporting a terrorist organization.
Wow.
Right? Go figure. And then we had Karlin Borchenko, who was infiltrating all the ones out on the East Coast and going through their training, their military style training, where they, teach them some self-defense moves and things like that. Obviously, they need them. They teach them how to get arrested, who wants to get arrested, Like they'll put,
that's not organized. That's just an idea, man.
Yeah, because they put forward people like, some of them obviously have long rap sheets, and so they don't want to be arrested, but others can get arrested because they'll just be out the next day because they have no criminal history. So they volunteer to do so. And then boom, the attorneys come in, make it all go away. You got a liberal judge on the bench who's pro whatever you're doing anyway.
Right.
The DA doesn't care. And it just goes on and on and on. And so you're back out on the street the next day and doing it all over again the next night.
It's a vicious circle, man.
Yeah, it's a very vicious, ugly circle that Trump needs to stomp out. He really absolutely needs to put an end to this once and for all. And there's only one way to do that, just nip it in the bud, arrest them all, throw them in the clink, and it goes away. But anyway, let's talk about this meme that's going around. Have you seen the meme of Hakeem Jeffries wearing the sombrero?
I saw it, but I didn't pay any attention to it.
It's pretty funny. And it's just I don't know. It's so simple. It's so stupid. And he just went ballistic over it. And so J.D. Vance put out a statement here. Let's play the statement. This is him on Fox News.
This is a Democrat talking point. They say we're not actually trying to give healthcare benefits to illegal aliens, and here's why it's not true. There are two Biden-era programs that explicitly gave the taxpayer healthcare money to illegal aliens that we turned.
Okay, I thought this was a different clip, but I'll play it anyways because it's J.D. Vance talking about what's going on.
Off when President Trump took over in January. Program number one is there's a lot of emergency health care at hospitals that are provided to illegal aliens. That was funded by the federal government. We turned off that funding because, of course, we want American citizens to benefit from those hospital services, not to be taxed and then to have those hospital services go to illegal aliens. The second of which is the Biden administration gave mass parole to millions upon millions of illegal aliens, and then they simultaneously made those parolees eligible for health care benefits funded by taxpayers. In the One Big Beautiful Bill, President Trump and congressional Republicans turned off that money to health care funding for illegal aliens. The Democrats want to turn it back on. And in their initial proposal, the first thing that they put out to reopen the government, they actually turned that money for health care benefits for illegal aliens back on. So it's not something that we made up. It's not a talking point. It is in the text of the bill that they initially gave to us to reopen the government. It's preposterous for them to run away from it now. But look, let's set that all to the side. Let's open up the government. Let's negotiate on all of these healthcare policy issues. Obviously, we're not going to support healthcare benefits for illegal aliens, but we will work with them to lower healthcare costs for American citizens if they're willing to do so. This is a Democrat talking.
Oops, there you go. Yeah, so again, that's not the clip I thought I was about to play there, but it is a good one.
How dumb it is. I mean, this is happening at a mass scale. And
sorry, I've got an autoplay issue here.
This is stupid.
There we go. I hate autoplay. Rumble, man, why do you put autoplay into your embeds? Right? I just want to play the video and not have to worry about whether or not it's going to play some random clip the second it's done. But that's just me. Maybe other people like to just get thrown a random clip in their face for no reason. They didn't click on it. They never asked for it. But Rumble gets an extra view for a video, I guess. So, sorry, my dog is barking at me.
When I listen to that, the first thing that comes to my mind is how much the left literally hates Americans, right? And they love outsiders who we know absolutely nothing about. I mean, think about it. We know who these people are. These are people coming across the border unchecked, unfettered. Many of them, as Donald Trump has correctly stated, are hardened criminals, pedophiles, terrorists, rapists, mentally ill. They're coming out of, mental asylums. I mean, we don't know. Well, they're coming out of prisons. They're coming from, places that don't agree with our values. And yet they love those people, want to give them free stuff, but yet they have complete and utter disdain for Americans. Now, why do you think that is? Because they hate America. They want to destroy America. And like we've been talking about before, they want to burn it all down so they can build it back worse, which is what they call build back better, which is their globalist liberal world order. And that is just not going to happen. We're not going to allow that to happen. Even Trump said in 2016 through 2020, we're never going to become a socialist nation, which he also meant Marxist or globalist nation. We're going to maintain our sovereignty. And what is the thing that the globalists hate the most right now? They hate nationalism, populism, and patriotism.
Because it stands directly in opposition to their cause. And if you wanted, you want proof beyond any doubt that what Barry's saying is correct, ask yourself why the same thing is happening in England. Why do they hate their citizens so much? Why do they want to replace all their citizens with foreigners?
Yeah, why do they hate their flag so much?
Yeah.
Why is it a crime to fly your flag in the UK? That makes no sense, man.
Germany's the same way. Germany, they don't want Germany for Germans. They want it for African migrants, Middle Eastern migrants. Germany is systematically bringing in people so that eventually they'll be the majority. They'll get that majority. It'll turn to Sharia law, and the UK, France, Germany, most of Western Europe will be living under Sharia law in their own countries. And once that happens, man, forget about it. Once your population gets to a majority Muslim, you're Saudi Arabia at that point. You're Pakistan. You're whatever. Name it.
And if you doubt that the left loves those outsiders, the rapists, the terrorists, the pedophiles, all of those kinds of bad people that are coming across, and there's some good people coming as well, but I'm not focusing in on them. I'm focusing in on the bad people coming in. Well, if you doubt that they love those outsiders and the unscrupulous ones probably more than the other ones, then why do you think they protect these terrorists, rapists, pedophiles, and criminals, the hardened criminals? They keep protecting them over and over again, keeping them away from ICE. The very ones that will go out and rape a 80-year-old grandmother. Just saw that in the news again. Some illegal just raped and murdered an 80-year-old grandma. Who does that, right? Yeah. You got to be completely out of your mind, because there's nothing sexual about an 80-year-old grandma. This is something on sex. It's like this person's disturbed in their mind.
Yeah, it's like a power trip or something. And, we were talking about that, the meme that Trump put out. In that meme, he's standing next to Chuck Schumer, who's basically admitting that, it's AI generated, of course. Chuck Schumer didn't say this, but he's saying in the meme that you guys won't vote for us anymore, so we'll bring in people who will vote for us until they understand English. And once they figure out English, then they won't vote for us anymore. So we'll have to bring in new people that will vote for us once the, people that are now coming into the country illegally stop voting for us.
Well, I think that's probably what they're kind of thinking. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's funny. So I'll tell you, Hakeem Jeffries did the wise thing the other day, and he did an emergency live stream, right? But here we are, 20 minutes into the shutdown. Hakeem Jeffries hosting a live stream. And how many viewers do you think you got for that?
I don't know, 3?
98.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, 93. 93.
Went viral, man. We're viral for the left anyway.
93. You're the minority leader of the House. You're doing a live stream 20 minutes after the government was shut down. And in a country of $300 and some million, you got 93 people to click on it.
He better hire some of those AI bots.
And then they had another one in the morning called "Stop the Republican Shutdown Part 2," with various Democrats rotating through to shake their fist at the sky when transgender rep Sarah McBride of Delaware took the podium, and a whopping 38 people were watching at that point.
Well, maybe if they all combined forces and did a live stream with Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert, maybe they might get, I don't know, 223.
Yeah, right. You know,
people. I mean, that's got to be pretty good for them.
It goes viral, yeah.
Definitely.
But yeah, it's wild stuff, man. They're out there doing, what they do.
Yeah, and we do say Jimmy Kimmel's ratings have plummeted again. After the Republicans were done watching his, whatever it was, his debacle, his fake confession, his fake apology.
Yeah, exactly. His numbers are already back in the toilet.
Yeah, and we knew, and I said that was going to happen. It wasn't.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody knows that most of the people that were watching it were Republicans. We wanted to see how he was going to handle it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's 7 million people or something tuned in. Huge numbers for him. I mean, he's getting in the hundreds of thousands normally.
Like 300.
So, yeah, massive beat. But, of course, it's down, 80, 90% since then. So it's still higher than it was, but it's not going anywhere. Earlier, I was going to play a clip of J.D. Vance responding to Hakeem Jeffries, and I pulled up the wrong one. Here's the correct one. Here's his response to Hakeem Jeffries.
So the president's been posting some images of Leader Jeffries and Senator Schumer. I saw recently. You said that you're interested in good faith negotiations with leaders, but what message does that send? Is it helpful? Just post pictures of Leader Jeffries and sombrero if you're trying to have good faith talks with him. Oh, I think it's funny. The president's joking, and we're having a good time. You can negotiate in good faith while also poking a little bit of fun at some of the absurdities of the Democrats' positions, and even poking some fun at the absurdity of the Democrats themselves. I mean, I'll tell Hakeem Jeffries right now, I make the solemn promise to you that if you help us reopen the government, the sombrero memes will stop. And I talked to the president of the United States about that. Now,
classic.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, this administration does have a sense of humor far surpassing any other administration in American history. I don't know. Maybe Thomas Jefferson was a really funny guy in real life back in the day, but I never saw that side of him,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's so funny. So the memes will stop if you open up the government, buddy.
Yeah, but they get upset about just the littlest of things, Everything's an outrage with the left. But the stuff the left does is just like, goes to the point of crude and crass and evil, celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk over and 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 over again. And yet, a meme or something, they think it's just so terrible, It's almost as if they just want us to roll over and capitulate, but that's never going to happen. We have the momentum now. They're losing. I just don't see them being able to make a comeback. And without reform, they need to have real, genuine reform. And that's just not going to happen as long as the globalists are in control of the Democrat Party.
Yeah. Someone was complaining, I think it was on The View or whatever, about how Trump said some people just weren't very smart, on the other side of the aisle. They're dumb. And this is the kind of offensive talk that is leading to so much violence in the street. Well, is it though? Because the other side is calling us fascists, Nazis. If you truly believe that a Nazi is running the government, period. If you and I were truly concerned that a Nazi was running, the government, let's say in our city, state, town, whatever, you'd want to do something about it, wouldn't you? Wouldn't it be the responsible thing if he's actually worse than Hitler to take him out while you can?
I mean, I think that's their rationale. Biden was as terrible as you can get, but he didn't cross into the lines of Hitler. Hitler was like,
well, yeah,
mass murderer. You know what I'm saying? Taking people to gas chambers and things. Yeah, Biden did have authoritarian leanings, no question about that. But to say he's Hitler, it would be an absurdity, right? He's just a bad actor. He's just a bad president, a bad actor, and a globalist stooge.
He's low IQ as well. I mean, he's a globalist stooge. He'll do whatever they tell him to do, and he's a puppet in that. Or was a puppet. He was the auto pen. That's why in the presidential hall in the White House, Joe Biden's picture is not up there. Instead, it's a picture of the auto pen because the auto pen was the president.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, and that auto pen did some really dumb things. Really dumb.
And we know the auto pen was not being run by artificial intelligence either. It was being run by people. So that's who was running the nation then, whoever was running the auto pen. And that's what we need to get to the bottom of.
Yeah, well, at this point, like Hillary Clinton said, you know, what difference does it make? As long as he's out of office and he's not coming back anytime soon, I'm fine with it. You know, was it Obama? Was it someone inside, his staff? Was it his wife, Jill Biden? You know,
I would imagine it's a group of people, and there may have been one, sort of kingpin leader of the whole thing, but it was definitely a small group of people that probably met, discussed, and because it's not going to be just one person.
Yeah,
people would object to that. The other power brokers within the Democrat Party would reject it because they would want to have a voice in the situation as well. So they probably kind of got together and had formed a little cabal and ran the auto pen.
Mm-hmm. And we know Hunter Biden was very active in that group.
Of course, even Joe and Hunter Biden, I've heard now.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Hunter Biden, very much so though. And the cocaine that was found in the White House a couple of years ago. Remember that scandal?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So that says that someone in there is using cocaine, has the gall and the tenacity to try to bring cocaine into the White House. You know what I mean? There's very few staffers who would even for a heartbeat consider doing something so dumb and reckless. You know, I'm going to go to work today and do cocaine at my desk at the White House. No.
Yeah.
That had to be somebody who knew he could get away with it. Even if he got caught, it would just be his dad saying, "Hey, you're a bad kid. Don't do that."
Yeah. Or give me some.
Or give me some. Like, I got to stay up till 3:00 today.
I got to debate Trump tomorrow.
So yeah, I mean, here's a guy who's more than likely was using cocaine in the White House, making those decisions while drugged up.
Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of it's almost hard to believe,
I think a lot of what we're seeing is kind of hard to believe. That's why some people just kind of check out, but we really need to be engaged right now. And I think most people are kind of figuring that out. The Charlie Kirk thing has brought a new level of awareness of the importance of us being engaged at some level, politically, spiritually, because this is a political, spiritual war, really, at the end of the day, more than it is anything else.
It is. And on that note, folks, we're going to take a quick break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We're going to wrap up hour 1 right here, but don't worry, we will be back with hour 2 right after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break.
Yeah.
Calm down, Barry. Calm down. It'll be all right. Did you take your medicine today? I did.
Yeah, all right. Anywho, here, you say something, man. Say something, Mark.
Something.
Are you hearing that echo?
Yeah. Oh, that's great for the radio, dude. For the radio.
No.
Yeah, we should definitely do that. Like, turn that button on when we go live.
Sunday.
Wow, dude.
You could turn that on for Willie when he comes on.
Just wig him out a little bit.
Just, Willie, you got an echo. What is that? What?
Why are you echoing, man? Come here.
Then he's going to complain about me doing it on him.
Yeah.
You know how Willie is.
Yeah,
It's
Willie
never
stormed out on
his fault.
Sunday.
It's everybody else's. Always.
Always in forever.
Yeah.
Remember that song? think that was an 80s duet.
Always
I'm not
and
gonna sing it.
forever.
It's kind of along the same lines of Islands in the Stream kind of thing. Remember those little duets that they had kind of back in the real sort of simplistic pop songs?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody seemed to really like it that time.
Yeah, I'm going to use the restroom really quick.
All right,
so I'm going to
and
drop
when
out.
you
I'll
come
just wait
back,
for
we're
Mark's
going to
call.
go to another room.
Well, I'll wait for you to call me into the next room.
We'll go
Okay.
to another room.
Might as well just go ahead and hang up then. All right. All right. See you on the other side there, Barry.
All right, brother.
All right. Prepping up for hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll get them up and rolling once again. We're on radio break right now, folks, so stick around. Go get your drink. Make sure you hydrate. And also, grab a snack for me as well. Let me see if I can grab Barry and John.
That was quick.
Oh, there you are.
I barely had time to do my visit.
All right.
Oh.
No. Please don't.
You've tuned in to the DREAGUS Drake and Gus Productions.
No, you didn't.
Drag Queen Productions.
Drag Queen
tuned-
Productions.
Productions. You tuned into the Drag Queen Productions.
No.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but
Yeah,
it's fun.
I sort of figured that, Barry. But anyways. Oh my God! It sounds like a frickin' what's those things
Rave?
called? The bug zapper, damn things. Yeah, almost as bad as when when Nancy's on there and you hear the bug zapper in the background. Zap! It was like, oh my God. How big was that? That was June bug, Mark. I'm like, oh yeah, right.
That was a GMO Bill Gates June bug, dude.
Yeah, GMO Bill Gates June bug. Yeah, right.
I'm ready for them to start creating some, some GMO grasshoppers that are like, 6 feet long. That's
Yeah, people shooting them with like shotguns and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, it'd be fun, man. We just all go out grasshopper hunting,
Oh man.
There you go. Eat
They would
the
outnumber
bugs.
us 1,000-1.
Eat the bugs, right?
That'd make a
Must
great
eat the
horror film,
bugs.
kind of like Tremors. You could have a whole series of just, attack of the killer GMO grasshoppers.
Yeah.
And then after they've all died, there's this one, couple of grasshoppers, one, male female grasshopper that breed once again. There were 2 that they didn't get.
Mm-hmm. Right? Just set up for the sequel that way.
Exactly. Yeah. And Bill Gates is the mastermind behind it all. Starring Bill Gates.
And Clint Eastwood as the Beaver. Have you guys heard the little spoof commercials I put in between some of the towards the end of the show?
From the last show?
The
Sunday show?
I've been putting them in almost all of them for the last couple months.
The last Wednesday show
the Beaver. Okay, remember Leave It to Beaver? Well, they got one that has Clint Eastwood as the Beaver. Yeah, there, give me a beer. Okay. Yeah, you gotta listen on the last break. I usually throw them in on that.
Man, that sounds like a nasty cough you got there, CS. It could be one of those dangerous new COVID variants that are floating around.
Oh
I
my
saw
God,
Fox
please
News reporting on.
don't.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the Fox News was reporting 9 new variants are out or something like that. And apparently, I really thought they were going to stop promoting the COVID death jab since, they no longer have liability. Maybe that hasn't gone into effect yet, but I was just a couple of weeks ago, I was at Walgreens. I filmed it, posted up on social media where they still have the sign, "Get the latest Pfizer and Moderna COVID vaccine now." I was like, no, thank you. I will pass. I can't believe they're still pushing it at this point. And I still see people, wearing the mask, and maybe a small percentage of those people are wearing the mask for some other reason. Maybe they have some sort of, I don't know, low immune system.
Well, at this time of year too, and like spring, you got allergies and that. So,
as I'm saying, a few of those people, right? But the majority of them are wearing it because they fear these new variants, man. And they really, I just want to tell them, the mask does nothing, man. Please, just for your own good, because it doesn't bother me that much, but for your own good, take it off.
Well, here in Texas, when
In Asia,
I don't know about where you're at, but if you during the spring and sometimes the fall, if you wore a mask that was white, by the time it's done, you just go out for maybe an hour or two, come back in, it's green from all the pollen and spores in the air.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they do.
Those hackberry trees, they're like really bad.
yeah, when I was in Lake Tahoe, I had a black Cherokee, and it would be yellow.
Yeah,
at
yellow.
like certain times of the year. Yeah.
That's from the spores.
Yeah.
It's from the
Like
aliens,
just a layer of them.
and the alien spores that came down in that asteroid. I've seen it on X, man. That asteroid
Oh man,
rock.
3i Atlas, baby, it's coming in. I can't wait to see if they're going to be giving Moderna shots for the space herpes in clap.
Space herpes. That's a new one.
No, that's pretty old. That was on Spaceballs.
Oh, okay.
Space herpes. That Roger Hansen would know more about that than me, though.
I hear that the Super Bowl's getting a big boycott because of some Illuminati artist. I've never heard of the guy in my life because I don't listen to that crap. But his name's Bunny something or another. I guess he's a transgender male pop singer that dresses up like a woman and has a beard. I don't know, but apparently he's an occultist and a Satanist, and it's like this is who they think needs to be performing at halftime.
Well, it's good family-friendly entertainment, for the whole family.
Of course, man. Well, I've heard a lot of people on the conservative side say it's just a slap in the face for the average American. It's nothing they can identify with. I mean, I think most Americans are not deeply entrenched in the dark occult, and they're not deeply entrenched in transgenders and all that. So,
yeah, exactly. No, it is kind of a slap in the face. I mean, it's football. Who's your demo audience here, man?
5,
masculine men mostly.
4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and back on the radio side for the second hour right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for October 1st, 2025. It is fall, man. Fall is in the air. Barry, are you feeling a little bit of fall in the air? I sure do.
Yes, last night, I was on the phone talking with family, and I was saying about, wow, I can actually feel a little bit of cool air at night, which I really like because it's kind of warm during the day and then cool at night. So you kind of have to throw on a little jacket, gets you kind of prepared and ready for, fall, and then, of course, winter.
Well, here in northern Arizona, man, we went straight from like 80, degree temperatures to boom, like a high of 60,
Yeah, just sudden.
And overcast with rain for a couple days and more rain. And, now we're back to nice 75 or so with sunny skies. But, all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, bam, like fall, it's here. I'm grabbing jackets and putting on long underwear and stuff,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I bought me a nice little super duper heavy hoodie, and it says NPC USA. And I thought, is that non-player character? What does that actually stand for? Turns out it actually stands for the National Physique Committee. But anyway.
I like that, though.
That's
NPC USA, yeah.
What's that?
I would just tell everyone it means, non-player character.
Well, I want to wear it just as a joke because of that, because basically the non-player character USA is very much alive and well, but I don't want it to be associated with me because I'm definitely a real player, but it would be kind of funny and tongue in cheek.
Just tell them you're wearing it in their honor.
Exactly. Yeah. It's honestly the nicest hoodie and super duper decorative. Like it's just got all the right, embroidery on it in different places, and it's heavy. I mean, it's just like a well-made hoodie. It's not like I could probably flip it on eBay for $80 or $100. It's kind of rare, but I'm thinking about just keeping it just as kind of tongue in cheek and wear it around and just kind of watch people's face, see how they respond to it.
Yeah. So let's see. During the break, we were just before we came back on air, you were talking about the Super Bowl this year and who's going to be playing in the halftime show. You want to expand on that?
Well, I just heard that a lot of people are going to be boycotting it. I've never heard of the guy. I don't pay attention to, pop culture that much. It's Bunny or something like that. Something Bunny. I guess he's a transgender male pretending to be a woman with a beard that's, I guess, deeply entrenched in the occult and Satanism. And I don't know. Apparently they think that's the guy that needs to perform at halftime. Who knows exactly why, other than maybe it's just a big slap in the face to the average American. But hey, what do I know?
Yeah, I mean, they're demographics, guys. You got to look at your demographics. You're the NFL. The trans community doesn't, cancel their plans on Sunday to watch their game, right? I mean, some of them, sure, I'm sure, absolutely, some of them do. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying none of them do. I'm just saying that's not your target audience. Your target audience is like a 45-year-old, dude, no skin color preference, really. Black, white, Asian. Well, maybe not Asian so much with football, but you get my point, right? It's a dude who probably has never heard of this rapper, doesn't think much of anything when it comes to trans community or whatever, or supporting that. They're going to hear the music and go, eh. And I would imagine during the actual show, instead of people pouring back down into their seats, they're all going to be rushing out to go to the restroom or get some nachos or whatever during that performance because they don't want to miss any of the game.
That's right? Genius. That'd be the prime time to go, though, right?
Yeah.
Man, they're going to make tons of money off that at the concession stand.
Yeah, but I don't know. This is it's just kind of like you were saying. It's sort of a slap in the face to the actual fans who are the ones who dedicate, the fantasy football teams and just take it to the nth level, watch every minute of every game they possibly can. Thursday night, Monday night, whatever it is, they're there, they're watching it. And they I would say the average football fan would probably be just as happy to have, I don't know, Waylon Jennings, some country western dude up there.
Look, why not bring in a true legendary classic rocker like maybe, I don't know, Ted Nugent. He can do Free for All, and then maybe do the Star Spangled Banner with, some wild guitar. That would fire up people because, man, Americanism is more popular than ever before. Freedom is more popular than ever before. Nationalism, populism, patriotism is just going to the clouds and beyond. So yeah, let's bring in Ted Nugent, man. Why not? That would make sense, for
exactly.
For a fan.
But they always pick, like a Beyonce. Beyonce I do not associate football and people who watch football with Beyonce. I bet half of the people that watched the Super Bowl and saw Beyonce play it was the first time they'd ever heard her sing at all in their life.
Probably so. Yeah.
I mean, I can't name one of her songs. I've never listened to anything she puts out. I couldn't, I could never hear one of her songs and be like, oh yeah, that's Beyonce.
Well,
It wouldn't happen.
Ted Nugent is a true musician. He writes songs, he plays the guitar, he's a great guitarist, man. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
A decent list for what he does, but who's this Bunny guy? I've never even heard of the guy before. It's probably some official pop garbage that's out there that nobody really likes, that they're just forcing upon us to like, because they don't give us any real options anymore.
You want to make a bet whether or not he says Free Palestine at some time during his performance?
I mean, it's going to definitely be like propaganda based for sure. I mean, there's going to be all kinds of different angles and he's not just going to go out there and perform for everybody. There's going to be an agenda behind it, and it's going to be anti-American. It's going to be anti-Christian. It's going to be anti-conservative. It's going to be all the things that, the left hates, or that the left loves. Excuse me.
Worship? No, they don't love it. They worship it.
Yeah, I mean they hate that stuff.
Yeah, but conservatives don't want to hear that. They don't want that pumped into their house. They don't want to sit there watching this with their whole family and their kids and everything and see some dude in a dress up on the stage. It's just not what the average American's going to want to watch during the halftime show. But whatever, they I gave up on football a long time ago.
Yes, me too.
8-10 years ago, and I only watched a little bit of the playoffs the last couple of years because one of my teams has been doing very well, and they always sucked their whole life. So I've been tuning in to see them try to win a playoff game, which they're not very good at doing still to this day. Yeah. So yeah, it's to me, football's kind of dead. I mean, I might go to a game if the tickets were cheap enough, and we had nothing else to do. Like, you want to go to whatever? Yeah, I'd go sit and watch a football game, but I don't really care. I certainly wouldn't drop, $500 to take, me and my wife or whatever to the game. No way. Not going to happen.
I think it's been about 15 years for me since I've watched it, and I don't miss it at all. I don't regret that. I mean, if somebody called me and said, hey, man, we're going to watch the Super Bowl, hang out, I would come just for this, to be social, but I could care less about the game. I would probably not watch any of it unless, that was the only option I had. And I would hate every minute of it because I hate it. I actually despise watching it. And I'm an athlete. I like sports, like to play football, like to play basketball, tennis, pickleball, jog, hike, bike. I do all that, but I don't want to sit there and watch it. I think that competitive sports, college, professional, even down to the lower levels, is just become a circus, man. And I want nothing to do with it. It was just like last week, there was another fight, up in the stands over a stupid game, man. I mean, it was UFC, dude. That's the kind of fight it was. It was so bizarre. Wow. And they're fighting over a stupid game. I mean, I would rather see people fighting for truth, fighting for America, fighting for our freedoms, peacefully. I mean, when I say fight, but using that energy in a positive way instead of wasting. I mean, we're at a crossroads. And to think that a football game is important when America is literally at a crossroads and we could fall completely headlong into tyranny if we don't win this battle.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's a long road we're on, man. And we need to, I mean, in one way or another, we've been fighting this battle since the founding of our country. And, other countries fought this battle before us. France, they brought out the guillotines, for crying out loud. You name it. It's find me a country in the world who hasn't had socialists and communists trying to infiltrate their systems forever. And many, many, many fall to that, which is why there are so many communist countries, because they're relentless. They never stop. They're like the Terminator.
Exactly.
They have one vision, one thing. It's going to be communism here forever and ever and ever. That's their only goal, and it never goes away. Because, I mean, we as Americans are living as close to our pure natural state we were intended to live under this system, where men have rights, men have freedoms. We have, the ability to pick up and move, do whatever we want, go to where we can make the most money, go to where we can have the most beauty in life, whatever you want, you go out there and you find it, and you get into the communist systems, you don't have those freedoms anymore. You're told where you're going to work, how many hours you're going to work. You're told none of that is chosen for you. And I mean, I'm probably being a little generalizing there. In North Korea, certainly you have no choice whatsoever. Where you live, all of it, It's just, this is the house you live in. If you want to move, like what is move? That's just not in our vocabulary. You live here, right? Want to fill out 50 forms and wait 8 years? Maybe we'll let you move down the street.
I don't know if it's real or not, but I saw on X a tourist that somebody, I guess, was able to get into North Korea, and they were driving a car and they were filming. And basically, he was the only person on the road because I don't think they let just anybody drive. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what the video was showing, and that's what the text on the video was saying, is that, and you can see people walking around and people on their bicycle, but the street was basically vacant apart from this tourist that had, gotten into North Korea somehow and then was filming the streets. And it just looked dystopian, man. It just looked horrifying. Like I said, I can't confirm any of it, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Well, just look at a satellite image of North and South Korea at night. That tells it all. South Korea is booming. It's a wealthy country. Seoul is one of the biggest and safest cities in the world. We heard a Democrat come out last week and talking about Chicago, I think it was. He said, well, it's a big city. I think it was Pritzker. It's a big city. Big cities come with crime. There's nothing you can do about it. Well, go to South Korea. Go to Seoul and fall asleep on the street with your wallet on your chest and see if you wake up and your wallet's still there with all the money. I almost guarantee you it will be. Do that in Tokyo. You're perfectly fine. There are so many big, giant cities. Tokyo's the biggest city in the world, 25 million people. And they probably have like 2 muggings a day. It's safe because it's a homogenized country where they all see themselves as one people. They have strong nationalistic tendencies. Barry, have you heard about that lately? We were talking about that last hour, weren't we?
Sure have, man.
Right? They have great pride, and they see their fellow citizens as brothers in arms, brothers and sisters. They see them as their own. It's not a bunch of others out there. When, Sadiq Khan goes out into, London and tells everybody, hey, diversity is our biggest strength. Diversity is our strength. That's like saying the English people don't matter here. Diversity is our strength. The English people, well, maybe they built England, but England was a horrible, nasty, terrible place till we moved here and we repopulated it with a different, class of people from all over the world, And again, people from all over the world living together, great, all for it. That's kind of what America is,
And you can't have, there's certain values that you cannot have and be diversified. Like if you're a country that believes in freedom, you can't have people coming over that hate freedom.
Yeah.
That's a conflict, right? You can't, if you believe in the rule of law, you can't have people that come over and believe there is no rule of law. I mean, how is that going to work out? It's not.
And, what you're getting at kind of is, to a degree, the Muslim population, because the religion is not just a religion. It's an all-encompassing way of life that comes with its own set of laws, Sharia laws.
In many cases.
They're all intertwined. You can't be a Muslim and not want Sharia as your basis of law, because it comes from God. It comes from Allah.
Oh yeah, we've seen the interviews of some of these more radicalized Muslims, and they ask them, what trumps, the Constitution or, Allah, and they'll tell you Allah, and
yeah, of course, obviously.
And the problem is that, the Christian God would probably agree with the Constitution because the Christian God believes in freedom and free will, whereas the Muslim religion, at least a certain percentage of them, a good percentage, I would argue, they don't necessarily believe in freedom. They don't necessarily believe in free will. They believe in, sort of this authoritarian type of mentality. And God is kind of an authoritarian as well, forcing, like you cannot speak ill of the Prophet Muhammad or it could be punishable by death. That's very authoritarian. That's the opposite of Christianity. Christianity is about grace and truth. And then, of course, you see the globalists trying to unite the religions together when they totally conflict. They even have this thing called Chrislam, which is Christianity and Islam merging together, which is impossible. Because Christians literally worship Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior and God. He's part of the deity, he's part of the Trinity. Whereas in Islam, he's just considered a prophet. So if you were to worship Jesus in Islam, that would be probably punishable by death.
Yeah, well, you got Muhammad, and that's your dude, you know. So that's the thing, right? You got Buddha, you got Muhammad, you got Jesus, right? Each one of these religions, Confucius, you know, you they have their deities. It's built into the religion. You can't just like piecemeal some of it in and out and whatnot. You know, people claim to be very. Oh, I'm a Catholic for sure. You know, big time Catholic. Well, when's the last time you went to church? You know, I don't know, long time ago. Are you pro-choice? Well, yes, totally pro-choice. Okay, you're not a Christian. There's books out there that you have to follow to the letter. To if you really want to be in that religion, you have to believe it all. You have to take it all in. You can't just pick little parts here and there and just only abide by certain aspects that you like. You kind of have to follow the whole thing, or you're not really that religion, you know? It just kind of is what it is. I mean, I don't make the rules with religions, but
that's problematic if you're a Muslim, though, because, you know, some of those things are punishable by death. You know, it's very, like I said, it's very authoritarian. And, you know, they cut off, I don't know if it's, you know, maybe political as well and cultural combined with the religion, but, you know, you steal, they cut your hand off. I consider that cruel and unusual punishment. You know, I find that unacceptable. I do believe in punishment and just punishment. And I do believe we need to be more, you know, serious about crime instead of just, you know, slapping hardened criminals on the wrist and saying, all right, go back out and do it again, like the leftist escapes do. We can't have that. But, you know, there's extremes on all sides. And, you know, that culture, their values do not match ours. Now, there are moderate Muslims in the Middle East, and certainly there used to be a lot of moderate Muslims in America before we started having all this unfettered, unchecked immigration coming in. And those people, you know, they can integrate, assimilate, and all of that. But we see a lot of these more radicalized ones now trying to really, well, they're doing a lot of damage, man. They're doing a lot of crime. They're doing a lot of, you know, just bullying and just, you know, disrespecting a lot of the things that we stand for.
Yeah, Ilhan Omar. Like, you know, I just look at her, right? She apparently she married her brother to get him legal status and to get her legal status or whatever the either way, it's immigration fraud. Major. You can't marry your brother to get him into the United States. You know what I'm saying? And if that turns out to be true, and it should be very easy to prove, then I don't see how she keeps her U.S. citizenship. As a sitting congresswoman, I don't see how she keeps her U.S. citizenship.
I mean, I think
I don't know, Barry.
A lot of the stuff
we got about a minute to break, so tell me what you think about that.
Well, I think a lot of the stuff that's going on that the left keeps getting away with, the reason that they haven't been held accountable yet is because there's just so many crimes that have been committed by the corrupt establishment, mostly leftist leaning and Democrats, although probably some rhinos are in there as well. But there's just, the crimes just keep getting piled high. How many investigations are actually ongoing right now? I mean, if they were really to go after everything, you'd have to have the entire government, the millions of people that are hired under the federal government just to investigate all of these crimes that continually pile higher and higher and higher and higher, man. And so that's the only reason I can think that, you know, a lot of these people have not yet been held accountable. And it may take a while to hold all these people accountable because there's going to have to be years and years and years of investigations in order to cover all these crimes.
Absolutely. And she's worth, what, $30 million today? You know, take that for what it's worth. But folks, we've got to take a break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show, and we will be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
Well, that was interesting. You never know where it's going to go.
You always get them fired up within a minute, and then you make them put the brakes on.
That's just how Barry works, man.
No, I'm glad you told me a minute because I was really able to
you
dial
had
it
1
in.
minute, Barry.
Yeah, you went like exactly 50 seconds. It was perfect.
I appreciate it, dude. No, that's exactly what I needed, and I was able to dial it in and just sort of say what I needed to say.
Yeah.
But, you know, think about it, dude. I mean, how could they possibly cover all the territory that they need to cover, man?
Oh, yeah, and you know what they're thinking now, too? Government shutdown. That means no investigations are going to be happening, right?
Perhaps so, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
those investigations are on hold until we get funding, right?
Well, but think about
You
it too.
gotta wonder though. You gotta wonder, like, does the DOJ completely shut down? It really can't. You know what I mean? Like courts and stuff, they can't really shut those down.
Wouldn't that be essential government?
Yeah, right. Like,
But what cases would be considered essential to them, since they're making the rules?
yeah. Well, now Trump's making them.
Yeah, okay, but they're crying now too, and this has been, they do this every time that there's a budget that's coming up. Oh, the U.S. military isn't going to get paid until that's never happened.
Yeah.
That's never happened. I mean, when I was in, oh yeah, they're going to cut funding. Well, most of the folks, especially in the enlisted ranks, live paycheck to paycheck. So,
Yeah. You can't
they
just.
they just couldn't do that, and then, what are you going to do? They're going to have to pass legislation saying, well, you can't kick our folks out of their rent, if they live off base, or and turn their lights and water off because we haven't paid the folks to, I've never seen any legislation or heard any legislation like that. Not saying that couldn't happen, but.
Bluey. Here, let me get another scoop of damn food here before we get back on air.
And we got about a minute and a half until we come back. Doing great, guys. You're doing so good tonight, Barry. We should bring you back on Sundays.
No, dude. I cut them from Sundays.
I got cut, dude. I got cut the axe, dude. I was fired.
Yeah.
Oh, Doc was in
Don't you
Rumble
forget it
chat
either.
earlier. He was saying, yeah, the useful idiots you guys were talking about. I'm like, okay. Yeah. I didn't get to it until later, and then I think he bugged out or is doing his own show right now.
Oh, you mean Doc 420?
Yeah.
Have you guys heard about how Hollywood is freaking out about the AI actress?
Dub in the Kick Chat.
I heard I just saw an article that said that one AI actress in particular is getting signed by like a bunch of talent agencies or something.
Yeah, they're freaking out over. It's not gonna. AI actors and actresses aren't gonna take over. They may be used and utilized in certain situations, but the Holly weirdos are freaking out over it for whatever reason, man.
And we're under
honestly,
30 seconds, guys. So, coming
It's
up
like
on your
everyone
end.
has their own
Here's your
Pixar
countdown:
studio.
5,
You know.
4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and back on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for Wednesday night, October 1st, 2025. And Barry, during the break, you were talking about the AI actress that's getting signed up for all these different agencies, kind of taking over Hollywood. What's going on with that?
I think the left is just the Holly weirdos are getting all upset about it, thinking that this artificial intelligence actress is going to take their jobs, and I just don't see it happening. There's still a little bit of an uncanny valley there. I mean, I could see it being implemented into videos, perhaps like maybe, for example, like maybe tragically an actor or actress dies before the filming is over, then they could maybe do an AI version to finish the last few scenes or something like that. Or maybe they have, some background characters that are AI that, but I don't think it's that good to where, at least not yet, to where it's going to be taking over the jobs of, and people are always going to be able to tell a little bit of a difference, I think. I'm just being honest. I mean,
Well, I don't know about always, but for now, for the next 5 years, probably, yeah, for sure.
but they're going to know inside the back of their head, and that's going to be problematic for people, even if it looks real, and I still think capturing that total realism will be, even if I don't think they can get 100%, maybe 99% there, but it's that 1%. And then the knowledge, knowing that these aren't real people, it's going to be much harder to identify with the films without real actors in it. I mean, it's sort of like an animation. Sure, you can enjoy an animation film, but live actors just, they pull at your heartstrings in a different way and your emotions in a different way than AI, I think, ever will be able to. But I agree with what you're saying, is it's going to get much better.
Yeah. And, Pixar kind of revolutionized the movie industry with, the animations and whatnot, the computer generated stuff. And now it's like everybody almost has access to the level of technology that they had when they made their first one. I forget what their first movie was. Was it like Toy Story or something? But yeah, now anybody can like sit on a computer and make a pretty reasonable facsimile of like a Toy Story type plot movie, and put it out there. It's kind of a scary thing, and then you get the actors involved, like Tom Cruise. All of a sudden you hear in the news next week that he sold his AI rights in perpetuity to whatever for, I don't know, $10 billion.
Right.
And now he's just going to live on forever, starring in every movie that's ever made with that studio, at the ripe age of, 22 or whatever, when he was in his, risky business prime, right? So I don't know. Are they going to, get on the bandwagon to rush to sell their, rights, or are they going to bite it like crazy? It's really interesting, man. And then, another thing that comes up too, like you say, the human aspect of it. Let's take someone like, I don't know, Dustin Hoffman. He's done so many amazing movies, and has such wide breadth as an actor. He can roll into almost any role out there and convincingly sell us that role. And it's such a talent. And now what? You just do that with your computer?
Yeah, and it'll never be him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They may use it like they've done in movies already. Like there was some Will Smith movie that he did. It was a bomb, but they had an AI younger version of him that basically sort of confronts an older version of him, and the younger version obviously had to be AI because he's older now. But I see the AI being much more relevant in the visual effects arena. I've been watching what can be done with the visual effects right now with AI. I mean, like Sora 2 just came out like the other day, and it looks really like better than even VO3. We have Higgsville, we have WAN 2.5, we have Runaway, and all of these AI systems can do visual effects that, would take hours and hours and hours, and a whole crew of visual effects artists can now be done in a matter of minutes. You want an explosion behind you, another character, you just tell it to add it to the scene, and it will do it.
Exactly. I was sans internet for a few days. I talked about it probably last Sunday, that my Starlink, failed again on me. It just, turned into a brick out of nowhere. You plug it in, it just doesn't do anything. So I was digging into some movies that I have downloaded, and I had the entire Terminator series, on my phone or on my tablet. And
5 now? Is there 5 of them or 6?
6 what? Oh, Terminators?
Yeah.
Oh man, there's a lot. There's like 7, maybe 8 of them.
I did not know there was many.
I can tell you pretty quick here. Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that the same one? Dark Fate? Yeah, there's 6 of them.
Okay, that's a lot.
Yeah. So it's a pretty good time to like sit down and just kind of watch those over the course of like 3 or 4 days, 6 movies, and it's just all Terminator. But what I was going to get to is the special effects are just ridiculous in the first one, which is 1984 that it came out. It's ridiculous. I don't know if you guys recall the final scenes where the Terminator's lost all of his, it doesn't look like Arnold anymore. It's just a robot, and he's going through the factory, you know what I mean, trying to kill him. And the scenes where he's just walking is ancient. I mean, it just looks ridiculous. It looks so bad. At the time, it looked fine, looked great. But now with today's technology, what are we, 40 years later? Right? That's 41 years ago. 1984.
Yeah.
Right. So, things advances, I guess what we're getting to. And with AI, we're sort of in the 1984 period.
I love the fact, though, that AI can be used as visual effects, because I think it's going to really help out the independent filmmaker, which will sort of level the playing field. And that's what's really important. And we've talked about this on the air, about how one of Trump's job and one of MAGA's job and this paradigm shift that we're under is a leveling of the playing field, because the power in all aspects, no matter what it is, has been with the select few. And you had to be one of the chosen few to rise up. But now, equal opportunity.
Yeah.
What I'm saying?
The ultimate example of that is probably Gangnam Style. Remember that song?
I do, yeah.
It's like the #1 watched video of like all time. It's this Gangnam Style. I mean, that dude came out of nowhere. He might have been big in Korea or whatever, but he blew up the United States and the world with that song.
Internet, right? It wasn't like, the music industry that blew him up. He blew himself up just by putting it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he had some powerful agencies in, Korea helping him, right? But they're a fraction of what Hollywood would have. And even if he did have some help ultimately from Hollywood, which I'm sure he did, it still got so big that they ultimately just stepped in and said, hey, we want a piece of this. Will you sign with us? And gosh, talk about a one-hit wonder too.
A lot of those, a lot of one-hit wonders. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Over the years.
Yeah, now that I think about it, man, that's like one of the ultimate one-hit wonders out there of all time. Like the biggest song forever. And then it just gone, nothing. Like couldn't write another song to save his life. And he tried hard. He did.
Yeah, but he's got that circuit where he can go around and perform that one song,
Oh, yeah.
It'll probably be a payday for him for as long as he can sing it. Sort of like, Casey and the Sunshine Band, they had all those string of hits, and they probably wouldn't be able to make something that would be real popular for today, but they got a following from the stuff that they did 30 years ago. And I've seen him. He's just a little bit heavier and older, but he's performing those Get Down to Boogie Woogies and all the songs that they used to do.
There's a lot of casinos in this country that will pay you $5,000 to come and play.
Yeah. A lot of 80s hair bands are doing that thing. The casino tours, right?
Mm-hmm. And $5,000 is a lot of money for one night's work, for anybody. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
It's just a good amount of money for one day. It's, and you only have to do it 3 nights a week, maybe,
Well, and if you were decent during your time, maybe you're not as popular now, but you're still getting some of your songs being played on the radio because of classic radio stations and so forth. You do get paid for that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And they're still selling, CDs and stuff today, right?
Yeah. Because people are nostalgic,
Or at least the downloads, I guess, would be the biggest way, right? Through the Apple Store or whatever the equivalent is for Samsung or Android, I guess is the right way to call it. Yeah, I bet, because once you get that in your ear, it's like you want more of it. Casey and the Sunshine Band.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, man, once you get under your skin, it's under your skin. It ain't going anywhere. You need to hear that, Yeah.
Well, every now and then I'll go down memory lane on YouTube and listen to some of the 80s and 90s songs that I listen to. And I've noticed something recently. I remember them being better than they actually are. And maybe it's just because, I'm getting older, but I listen to it. I'm like, I remember this being better than that, and they're not terrible, but they don't really excite me like they used to,
See, I have sometimes I listen to so little music that when I do listen to it, I'm always surprised how much better it is than I remembered it.
Okay. Yeah.
New Order is a good example of that because it just New Order, they were big. I was into New Order way when they were Joy Division, which we play a lot of in the break, by the way. And the New Order just got so big and so it was everywhere, and you got kind of sick of hearing it. And I'm like, I kind of blow it off. Then I go back and I hear Thieves Like Us or a song like that, and I'm just like, wow, this is actually insanely good.
Some bands and songs are kind of timeless. That's true, but a lot of them are not so much because they're just kind of more a reflection of the time.
Toto Africa. That's all I'm going to say. We'll leave it at that.
That's right. That's a good one, dude. The rain's down.
That's
Man.
Such a classic song, man. It's completely timeless.
Sure. Oh yeah. I think, some of the classic rock I still enjoy listening to,
Yeah. And that's not even classic rock per se. It's like, God, Men at Work too, man. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
They get you going, man. No wonder Australia just took them to heart, I remember their performance during the Olympics down there. It was like one of the most powerful things I'd ever seen.
Yeah. Well, it's I think they're trying to do away with all the concert scalping scams that they got going on, because now it's hard to even get a ticket to go see somebody you want to see, because the tickets are like $500-$600 because there's this scheme going on where people are buying up all the tickets and then reselling them. And I heard it was even being done through like Ticketmaster and stuff as well, that maybe they're involved. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's sort of what I've heard. And I think Congress, at least the MAGA people, are trying to like do away with that so people can go see Kid Rock if they want to go see Kid Rock. And Kid Rock is for it too. He thinks it's absurd that people have to pay $500 to go see him to play,
Yeah, that is completely absurd. Like completely over the line. It's just like, what in the world? $500 to go see a concert. I don't know. Whatever. People have money, they do with it what they want, but
Coachella,
I respect the value of a dollar, You got to respect the value of a dollar.
How much is Coachella? I bet you that's like an arm and a leg.
I bet you there's like 8 different tiers of tickets you can buy there, right? And I would guess, I wouldn't be surprised if like the highest level of ticket holder, you're a celebrity and you're going to go there, it's probably $20,000. And you get the VIP access to, where all the other celebrities are and the whole 9 yards. Right. But the cheapest tickets, I don't know. I mean, Burning Man's $800. So it's got to be somewhere in that range.
I was going to say it's got to be pretty expensive because, a lot of the celebrities go, and they're not going to just go with common people going. You know how they are. They think they're special. They think they're privileged. They think they're illuminated. They think they're better than everybody else. Come on. Let's admit it.
Well, that's why they get the VIP, all the perks that go with it. And that those tickets are either free because they're, who they are. You're Gwen Stefani, it's free. Just come, or you got to pay up. And, if you're just an average Joe who's a broker in LA or something, it's $20,000 to go hang out with all the stars in the backstage. But for them, it's probably worth it. Because, hey, money grows on trees in LA.
I have no interest in it. I mean, if you paid me, I would go. Could care less.
I don't think if you paid me, I don't think I'd go unless you really were throwing down big money. I'd go, but if you said here's $200, do you want to go to Coachella? No, thank you.
Yeah, I might want to go with a camera and just sort of film it and record all the weird stuff that goes on.
Oh, and they probably wouldn't let you go anywhere near that place with a camera.
Probably not.
Just saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, to me, it's a very little interest, but I don't know. Let's see. We got about 10 minutes left in the show. Let's talk, let's play a clip from Joy Reid. This is her channel called End Wokeness posted this. Joy Reid, here you go.
Is that if you go back before the 20th century, there were no income taxes, there were no regulations on business. You could earn as much money as you want, leave 100% of it to your children with no taxes. Right. That's the world they want back. And to get it back, they need society to change. They need people to be less modern. They need people to want fewer things.
Okay, so let's get this straight. There was no income tax, no regulations. You could earn what you want, and your family inherits everything, and that is like the worst evil known to man.
Yep. There she is, man, exposing, like we've said over and over. They're going to show you who they are. They're going to tell you what they believe. They're going to tell you what their intent is, what their agenda is. Their true colors are going to come shining through. And these are people that hate you being prosperous, that hate you having things.
Yeah. I'm not jealous of people who have more than I do. go for it. You probably worked harder. You probably, studied harder. You probably did whatever harder, and you got lucky a little more, and good for you. Good on you. No sense of jealousy whatsoever. No envy. I could care less. I'm happy in my life. Happy as can be.
And all these people,
but other people aren't. They get really angry about it. But go ahead, Dre.
All these people that want us to have nothing, or want us to suffer and be miserable, they have everything. All the globalists, that meet the WEF and all these different global summit meetings. I mean, they fly in their jets. They have all the money in the world. They live in their ivory towers. And then they tell us, that we have to have less while they just take more, more, and more. And if you can't see what they're actually doing, then you need to get your head checked, because basically these are tyrants that just want all the power to themselves and to take it all away from you and me and everybody else.
Mm-hmm. And I bet you if you saw Joy Reid's house, you'd go, wow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now that's a house.
Oh, she's living large, man. No doubt.
Absolutely. Yeah, guaranteed. I guarantee her house is at least, 8,000 square feet minimum, maids, professional chefs, you name it. It's got kitchens for that. It's got entrances for the help, and, everything you can imagine. Why wouldn't it? I mean, Rolls-Royce makes cars, and I'm sure she has a Bentley or something, at least, equivalent.
If they really believe that we need to have less, then why don't they just set the example, sell everything they have, and live modestly and set the example? And then maybe other people go, well, yeah, they're actually, doing it, so maybe we shouldn't do it. But they'll never do that, because this is a power grab to these people. These are people that love ruling, reigning over people. That's why we've given them the nickname of our overlords. They want to be our overlords, man. They want to dominate us. They want to basically make us into slaves and serfs. And, anything that we do, we've got to basically ask for their permission. It's absurd, man. And I just need to call it out for what it is, man. And I know it's hard for people to grasp that, but this has been pretty much the story and the narrative throughout all of human history, where people try to gobble up power. It goes back to the Tower of Babel and just continues, right?
Oh, man, we could do a whole show, or at least an hour, on the Tower of Babel and the equivalencies of what we're seeing today.
Right.
That's an interesting. I was thinking about that the other night, and I'm like, man, this would be such a good, point for you to kind of go off on. I don't know if you want to take a couple minutes now, go for it. I mean, the Tower of Babel, what was it? Why did God hate it so much?
Well, it was a consolidation of power, essentially. You know what I'm saying? And there was going to be no real diversity. It was like a hive mind, this one collective hive mind. And it's sort of like, today the globalists are pushing for a one world order and a, quote unquote hive mind where everybody thinks alike. And if you think differently, you will be punished for it. You'll go to jail for it, just like they just arrested somebody in Germany for speaking the truth, that there's only two genders, right? You can go to jail now just for speaking the truth. So if you have this one world order, this collective one world order, it turns evil eventually, even if it starts out with good intentions, because eventually, evil creeps itself in. This whole thing, and again, I apologize if you're a New Ager. I'm not trying to offend you, but I am attacking your belief system in the sense that, they believe that there's going to be some sort of rise to a higher level of consciousness, but they forget that mankind is fallen and there is evil within inside of man, and that's never going to go away. Sure, we can rise to, maybe a little bit better level of consciousness, and there are definitely, valleys and hills, and, where wickedness reigns and then righteousness reigns. It's sort of like a maze of both, right? But mankind is evil, and so eventually evil creeps itself in, and so that's the problem with the one world order. There's no plan B. If it goes bad, it ends in self-destruction.
Yeah, that's the problem I've always had with it too. It's once that's administered and it's in place, there is never ever any backing out of it, right? You've got the world government, which will maintain an army. You better believe it'll have a very powerful army. Why, you ask? Well, I don't know, but it will. It'll have nuclear bombs. It'll have everything that, say, the American military has today. One world government is going to be the the largest spender in world history on military, because there is no enemy. Like, if you're a one world government, why would you need those things? And yet they will spend tons of money on them because they're afraid that one of the countries, maybe in America, will rise up and try to rebel against them. And we wouldn't have the ability to, say, manufacture those weapons, but we would sure try. We would try to arm everyone. We would try to do what we can, but no, they would come in and bomb you. If you say, hey, we're out, Argentina, we're out, we're done, boom, you got a mushroom cloud the next day.
And it also puts the free will as well. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it puts an end to diverse ideas, because you just have a collective hive mind that's being controlled by a small collective group, and there really is no opportunity for growth in that kind of scenario. So one of the things that I noticed when I did, it was a long time ago, I did a really deep research Bible study on it, and I found out one of the things that God was upset, because it said, oh, if they do this, anything they put their heart to, they'll be able to do. And I thought, well, that doesn't sound like a bad thing. But when you look into the actual real Hebrew meaning of it, it was talking about the evil aspect of it. Not that God doesn't want people to achieve great things, because that's really the narrative of the New Testament and the very words of Christ, talking about how, nothing is impossible with God, right? So, so it was the evil that's behind it that God was opposed to, because it brought forth evil.
Yeah. And then you've got the whole Sodom and Gomorrah thing and the Noah story, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he's there's a history here of them coming down on these types of organizations in a way that's not too flattering. Now, does the flood have anything to do with the Babel? Was that what triggered the flood?
What triggered the flood was basically that violence had filled the entire earth, and every thought that was in mankind was wicked, according to the book of Genesis. And also, there is the element of the Nephilim, which, there's different theories on that, but essentially, there were supposedly half-breeds on planet Earth. The sons of God, which were fallen angels that bred with the daughters of men, and they created the giants of old, like Goliath and different things. And these people were the men of renown of that time, and they probably helped to corrupt, planet Earth. And again, that's kind of controversial for a lot of Christians, but it's something definitely that the early church believed. It's definitely something that the Jewish rabbis believed. It's a biblical narrative that only really became into question until many years after the Christian church, I don't know, hundreds of years, because the early church fathers all embraced that idea that these sons of God, and you see it also in other, the Sumerian texts, they have a little bit different narrative behind it. Instead of fallen angels, they were aliens that came down and mated with the human flesh and created these giants and so forth. So it is something that's definitely, in the biblical text, and it's also in, some of the even older texts than the Bible, the Sumerian text. So, whether you believe it or not is up to you. I'm a person of faith, so I believe it, literally.
Yeah, and what the Hindus have the blue people, and on and on and on.
And the Native Americans have their tales of giants as well.
As do the Scientologists with their alien spacecraft. So, folks,
there's something going on, right?
There's something going on, but we don't have time to cover it tonight. We are all out of time. We will see you on Sunday night, but stay tuned. There's much more coming from DREAGUS Productions right after this.
Great show, guys. Man, it's got to close.
Right.
And, yeah.
Barry Mark's going to hang up on us in a minute, so hey, thank you.
Yeah.
It was good having you on board.
Yep.
I think we went the I don't know, Cafe Enigma route there at the end.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I didn't have a lot of stories again.
That show's done. But anyways, yeah.
Why is it done, Mark? What happened to it?
I'll talk to you another time about that, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. It just wasn't going to be done the way that it was intended or I wanted it to go. But,
Okay.
That's basically what it comes down to. Let me get Jack up and rolling. guys did a great job. I will get this up and out like I always do, and catch you later.
All right, see you.
All right, bye.
Interesting show.
All right. You still here? Let's see.
All right. That was Censorship Sucks. Coming up, Jack Carey with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show. See what Jack has for us tonight. He was off last week. We'll get him up and rolling right now. Hey, Jack, how's it going? Can't hear you, buddy. I don't know what's going on. I see you.
Hello.
I see you. There you are.
There you
are. Uh-oh. Air player on.
Air player on. Hang on a second. I couldn't have. I don't have a player on.
I don't know. I was getting an echo. Still am.
Let's see. Oh, hang on a minute on the camera.
Yeah, you got a mic on.
Yeah, you got a mic on.
The camera.
The camera.
Well.
Double mic effect.
Double mic effect.
It's not coming from you.
It's not coming from you. It's only coming from me.
How weird. Yeah, because I don't have anything playing or anything like that. There we go.
Check. Nope.
You should be able to see me now.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I don't see you. There you are. But I hear me. Do you have the microphone close to these speakers?
No. Oh, weird. How about now?
Check.
Check.
Yep. Still getting that.
I cannot figure out what that would be from.
Go into your settings.
For
Teams. And check and see if you have any other microphones open.
Settings for Teams. Mic.
Settings.
Sounds.
Okay, did that help at all?
Check.
I don't know.
Check. Nope. I'm still getting echo. Off me.
How about now?
One. Yep.
Yeah, because I'm just using the microphone on my laptop, so I'm not sure what that could be.
Don't know.
Yeah, because I'm just showing one microphone open on my end.
Okay, how high do you have
how high do you have your
speakers up to? Or microphone up to?
Or
sound settings? Or sensitivity?
That's what I'm saying, is I'm just using the microphone on my laptop tonight.
Okay, so long as I don't talk, we're good.
long as I don't talk, we're good.
You got 30
Okay.
seconds.
You got 30 seconds.
Here's your countdown.
Here's your countdown.
5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
And you're live and on the radio
And you're live
side.
on the radio side.
Right
Right
now.
now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And I am joined, as always, by the paranormal crime-fighting duo, Daisy and the Sundance Kid. And just today, on our way to town in the war wagon, we saw, believe it or not, we saw neon-colored radioactive woolly mammoths that were feeding on human flesh. So beware if you're lost in the wastelands of the Dakota Territories. But seriously, guys, this has been a crazy, crazy week. This is one of those weeks where I have been continuing to prepare for massive changes that are about to take place. And so I thought tonight might be an interesting night to talk about preparing, to talk about a little bit of education perhaps on the cryptocurrency markets that are going to become sort of forefront in everybody's mind in the very near future. So it'd be kind of educational for us to kind of go over that and the mechanisms by which our entire economy is about to be overturned, and some kind of prophesied cyber prophecy, as I cover on this show. But there's going to be some kind of massive economic transformation. Will that include a crash of some kind? Well, that's something I've been monitoring for a long time now. I have been actively acquiring physical silver and cryptocurrencies, and I don't offer financial advice, but I do talk about how I'm preparing for these massive upcoming changes. The reason why those two particular things were chosen is because the webbot is indicating, and remote viewing groups are also indicating, along with a lot of very, very well-informed financial minds around the world, all sort of converging on this idea that we are seeing right before our eyes a revolutionary change taking place right under the surface. They're not talking about it on the news every night, but they will very soon. If you haven't been paying attention, and many people aren't, many people are busy with their day-to-day lives and don't have time to sit around and watch the metals markets all day like I do. And I can tell you, silver is quickly approaching its $50 mark. I do have a screen I can share here for everyone to see. Let me see if I can figure out how to do this on the Teams app. And this is going to be an interesting screen for everyone to see here. Let's see here. I'm not sure if it's going to allow me to actually show it. Let me try to cancel this and try it one more time. I have a live screen to show you guys of what's taking place right now, and I thought it'd be really cool and educational to share that, but let's see if I can get it to actually come up. It's just not showing up on my end, so maybe I won't be able to do that. But gold and silver are both making record highs. Silver is not yet breached its all-time record high, but it is close to breaching it, which is the $50 mark. That's fascinating because the $50 mark is something that has been in place for somewhere around 80 plus years, and you have to understand that all of this goes back to the British opium wars with the Chinese. So to give you a little bit of historical perspective on how far back all of this goes, a long time ago, there was basically this thing called the Opium Wars, and what it ended up happening was China exported a bunch of goods to Europe and to the UK, and China was on the silver standard at the time. That basically led to a bleeding out of all of the silver out of Europe into China, because that's the only thing they accepted in payment for all kinds of things that were popular in Europe at the time, spices and all kinds of stuff. So it ends up, to make a long story short, the British Empire basically conducts an operation by which they get the larger percentage of the population of the Chinese people addicted to opium, and only accepted payment for the opium in silver. And they did this to extract back that same silver that was bled out of Europe prior to all of this occurring. That silver made its way back to London banks, which then have used it for decades upon decades upon decades of time to artificially manipulate other markets. And it's a very simple process by how they do it. To many experts in the silver market will tell you that they have basically taken derivative contracts, if you know what those are. They have sold derivative contracts. There is a huge short position in the silver market, meaning people that have institutions that have bet against the upward price of silver and are now getting crushed, getting wrecked on a daily basis. There are a lot of banks that are running scared right now, and it appears as though there are some extremely deep pockets who have called the hand of the other side. In other words, everybody's always got this idea in mind that there's a one world dominant cabal of some kind. Well, this is kind of showing you that there are various groups of powerful cabals all vying for power on this planet. And you have one cabal with a lot of money, whoever these people are. They are deep, deep pockets. They have recognized that the other side has been caught short, that they literally are short the metal. They don't have enough metal to even come close to covering the silver contracts on the COMEX. Once that becomes known, it is going to cause a rush to that metal like you have never seen before in history, right? And silver isn't like gold. You know, all of the gold that's ever been extracted up out of the ground is still here with us. It's still up out of the ground, sitting in vaults all around the world. There's a ton of it sitting around the world. Silver's different. Silver gets used up over time. It takes somewhere like, I forget what they said, 20 pounds of silver in every cruise missile. Imagine what one war does, right? There is silver in all new technologies. There is a vast amount of it used in artificial intelligence. There is a vast amount of it used in all kinds of space products. There is a vast amount of it used in the medical industry. There is a vast amount of it used in the battery industry. There is a vast amount of it used in every industry. And we just throw it away into the landfill. Micro amounts of it, but it adds up over time. And silver is like skin follicles. It exists in what they call the epithermal layer of the earth. And it used to be for every one piece of gold that you could dig up out of the ground, you would get somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 pieces of silver. Today, it's 1 to 7. Something they don't even talk about, and it's getting used up in vast amounts. On the silver market, they are having record numbers of delivery contracts. That never happens. Ever. They trade contracts back and forth. These entities never say, hey, oh, and by the way, I expect that metal to be on my doorstep on Wednesday. That doesn't happen. It's just known and understood that it's in a warehouse somewhere, and they're just trading a contract on that that's known to exist in a warehouse somewhere. That has ended. And somebody has called their hand, and now they are getting vast deliveries of silver. More than has ever been recorded on the COMEX in its entire history. It's happening right now. I literally sat today and watched silver climb another $1 plus per ounce. It's over $47 and counting. You're about $2.50 away from that $50 mark. That $50 mark, according to technical analysts in the silver market, is the culmination of a 45-year technical pattern that they refer to as a cup and handle. In fact, this is a double cup and handle. And in technical analyst land, when you're analyzing a stock chart and here a metal chart, they have various patterns that they have learned to recognize over time as being either extremely bearish or extremely bullish. In that world of patterns that they have recognized and have classified, the cup and handle is the most bullish that there is. Usually a cup and handle pattern can form over a couple of years, maybe less than that, and it leads to an explosive upward movement. Imagine one that's taken 45 years to form and didn't just form one, it formed one on top of the other. At a time when the Webbot and Cyber Prophecy and remote viewing groups have all told us to expect an explosive upward price movement in precious metals worldwide. This comes with the predicted demise of fiat currencies. I guarantee you that the powers that be who get to see the real books, wear diapers to work every day, because that's got to be one scary job. I think that they have come to realize that the 38 trillion in debt that we have, with a 1 trillion plus interest payment every year, we are basically, with our tax revenue, the United States is bringing in 5 trillion a year, and we are spending 7. Do the math. We are borrowing a rate of 2 trillion per year on top of 38 trillion just to maintain our lifestyle. Think about that. The government just shut down. There's all kinds of people screaming about it. Imagine what happens when that extra 2 trillion just isn't there every year anymore. Because you know what goes away when that happens? Every single kind of social program you can imagine goes right down the drain, because there simply is no more money for it. That has led Russia to lately be, they're making public claims now that the United States is about to try to perpetrate the greatest fraud in human history, and that is the attempt to basically tokenize through blockchain technology our debt. And by doing so, you can basically spread that debt around the world in such a way as to make it nullified. In other words, they're going to basically take gold, make that the standard for bonds. They're going to reprice gold somewhere around 24 to 30,000 an ounce. And then they're going to tokenize the debt, meaning that you'll have 50-year bonds that are payable only in gold and are secured through blockchain technology. That's the kind of massive change that we are about to see take place. It is my personal estimation for my own life event that this will be a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. You can research, some of good research is really available out there right now, some amazingly good research. I'm heavily involved with Ethereum, and Ethereum is the second highest market cap underneath Bitcoin. Bitcoin is currently trading up over $4,000 a coin right now at 118,000 and change. I was arguing with people to buy it back when it was 1,000. At what point do you just not argue with it anymore, right? And now you have analysts who have left major firms and you have a line of these companies, mind you, that are setting up Ethereum treasury companies. These are companies that buy up Ethereum, which is the second largest cryptocurrency in the world. And the difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum is that Ethereum is a usable network that executes smart contracts in a way that Bitcoin cannot do. That has led many of these analysts, many of whom have now invested billions upon billions of dollars into Ethereum, to believe that the entire Wall Street transactional network, imagine that. Imagine every single stock trade that takes place in the world, all taking place on a secure blockchain that operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and never closes. Has no transaction fees other than in Ethereum itself. In other words, they have built a network that literally, the more traffic you have on this network, all secured, completely encrypted on distributed ledger blockchain technology, all of this traffic, the more of it you have, the more Ethereum it uses up, decreasing the available supply, therefore increasing the value exponentially. You're talking about an asset that literally is like owning real estate on the world's most valuable network, never having tenants. You don't need to own any property. The list of beneficial things goes on and on and on. But in the end, it's going to be, according to the Webbot and certain remote viewing groups, it's going to be sort of a culmination of the demise of fiat currencies, along with a widespread acceptance of this new technology that leads us into what the Webbot calls sci-fi world, right? So you have to excuse me. I've got a dry throat this evening. So this is important because you're getting to see, if you pay attention, right now, the unfolding of all of this cyber prophecy that has been given to us years and years ago by the Webbot. And just today, Cliff High over at the Webbot, or actually yesterday, released a public letter to everyone, and we're going to be covering that in the second half of the show. We're going to be talking a little bit about Cryptid Corner and the possible origins of the Dogman. And we're going to continue this discussion about not only how do you prepare really from kind of a financial perspective if you're paying attention to cyber prophecy and paranormal groups like remote viewing groups who are all kind of echoing what a lot of really brilliant financial minds are telling us, but how do you also go about preparing yourself on an emotional level, spiritual level? How do you get your home prepared for what's coming? Because it's, today the Webbot basically, when it was analyzing 3i Atlas, the interplanetary stellar body headed our way that many experts believe to be an alien craft, it spit out the term War of the Worlds. That's a no joke right there. And there's every indication that certain militaries around the world suspect that this is an alien craft and that it is hostile. So that's interesting. We're going to have to talk about the ontological implications of that. This week, there was a congressman who mentioned again to some reporters that he had knowledge that there were, his words, entities living in the world's oceans, and that he had direct knowledge of that. And that's our paranormal in the news. And so, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. We're at the stage now where you're beginning to see, really this week was a big week. And a lot of this economic type of prophecy taking place, that literally facilitates, according to the Webbot, the releasing of a vast amount of technology that's been withheld from the public. And the Webbot seems to indicate that the arrival of 3i Atlas is also going to flip a switch, and the governments are going to have to present some back-engineered alien reproduction vehicles. So that's a lot of stuff, guys. A lot of stuff on our table. We're going to get back to that in a lot of detail coming up after our break. This is sort of a complex rabbit hole to see how all of this connects together. But, Cliff High's letter today, which I'm going to read to you guys, will make a lot of this clear to you and connect a lot of lines. And we'll get back to our analysis of all of this craziness right after our break.
All right, we're on radio.
All right, we're on radio break. Great job.
Thanks. I got an itch in my throat. It's killing me. Let me blow my nose real fast. I'll be back.
All right.
All right.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on with
the sound.
The sound.
I didn't have that on the first.
I didn't have that on the first show at all.
And there goes Jack
There
disappearing
goes
like
Jack
Bigfoot.
disappearing like Bigfoot.
Behind the veil.
Behind the veil.
Yeah, tell me if you can see this screen.
Don't forget to click
Don't
share
forget to click share
and share
Yeah, I got
audio.
share.
and share audio.
I don't see anything yet.
I don't see anything yet.
Nothing yet, huh?
No.
No.
Says it's sharing on my end.
It might take a minute.
Might take a minute.
Oh, I see it now.
Oh, I see it now.
Yeah, it takes a minute.
Yeah, it takes a minute.
Cool.
Oh, remember,
Oh, remember,
we give a
we
disclaimer
give
for
a
the radio
disclaimer
side, but
for
we
the
haven't
radio side,
given
but we
a
haven't
disclaimer
given
for
a disclaimer
the
for
video side.
the video
that we
side,
don't give out
that we don't give out
financial,
legal,
Yep.
or medical advice.
Yep. Definitely no financial advice on any sort of medical issues.
Yeah.
That's a joke. I was just kidding.
Yeah.
But yes, I understand that completely. Look at that gold though, 38.58.
Wow.
Wow.
This is overseas right now because the COMEX is closed here, but you know, those crypto markets are 24 hours, 7 days a week. So, but Ethereum sitting there at 43.57. That's crazy.
Hey, Jack, are you
Hey,
on
Jack,
Minds?
are you on Minds?
On what?
Minds.com?
Minds.com?
No.
Well, you should,
Well,
because they use
because
Ethereum
they use
there
Ethereum there for their
crypto.
crypto.
Oh, wow. Yep, I'm heavily involved with Ethereum right now, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
You might want to jump
Might
on
want to
that.
jump on that.
that might be cool. What are they
just
doing
use-
on?
just use
Minds.com
Minds.com backslash DREAGUS Pride,
DREAGUS Pride,
so that I can get a
so
little
that I can get a little
boost.
boost.
Oh, okay. You got it.
I'm trying to figure out
Trying
where
to
the
figure
hell
out
this
where the hell this
echo's coming from.
echo's coming from.
Yeah, because I can't hear it on my end.
I'm only hearing it
I'm only hearing it
on my end
on
and
my
from me
end
only.
and from me only.
Anyways, you got 30
Anyways, you
seconds.
got 30 seconds.
Okay.
When I do the
When
countdown,
I do
go
the
by the
countdown,
echo,
go
right?
by the echo, right?
Yep. Yep.
5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
And you're live
And
and
you're
back
live
on the
and
radio
back on the
side,
radio side.
right
Right
now.
now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your personal guide, your tour guide to the Twilight Zone. And tonight we are talking about Well, the crossroads, that place in Woo Land where financial world collides with the paranormal. And as a reminder, we don't give out financial advice. I'm barely give out paranormal advice, and this is a paranormal show, so don't take any financial advice from me. All I can do is merely show you on a personal level what I'm doing to prepare for what the webbot has predicted for many, many years now. And again, that's really part of the cyber prophecies. If you have a video feed, you'll be able to see right now I'm showing you a oh, and we don't give out medical advice either or anything like that, legal advice. But yeah, just don't take any advice that I would proffer to you. If the best you can do is muse at my efforts, that's really okay with me. So, but
oh yeah, but it's okay to take a first aid kit.
First aid kit.
If you go
Yes.
paranormal hunting or
Paranormal whatever.
I like it. I always take a first aid kit. My mentor gave me a rape whistle once upon a time when all else fails out there in crypto land, and I still carry it to this day. So, you know, you always take advice like that. But I'm showing everybody what a live feed looks like to the world markets, and I have to show you that this is what I look at on a daily basis. And this is interesting because I have a few things pulled up. I've got gold, silver, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. Those are really the only things I'm interested in these days. I think it's real simple going forward. You can see if you have the video feed that silver's at $47.16 right now. Don't let that down 14 cents fool you. That's an overseas trading. The COMEX is currently closed in the US, but I can see what's happening overnight overseas, and I fully expect that, along with a lot of other people, to at least test that $50 mark. And if it breaks that, there is no resistance line above that. No recorded resistance line above $50 on silver. Imagine that. Going back for as long as you can go back in history, there's no record of it being that valued. And it's at a time when most of these experts are saying that there is simply not as much metal out there as these contracts would have the population believe. And when they get whiff of that news, it's going to be, you know, lights out. So the webbot describes silver in the future as unobtainium. You will not be able to obtain it. Period. So, you know, take it for what it's worth. Cliff High put out a very interesting letter to all of us, really all of us out here in Woo Land. And I thought it'd be worth covering tonight. If you're unfamiliar with the program, Cliff is the inventor of the webbot that made all of these prophecies so long ago, and all of them have been coming true. And he states, I quote, presumably War of the Worlds, exclamation point. Well, more like contention within the common shared reality. Universe provides and guides for all of us. All of our body's life, universe provides for us. Everything we need to experience is laid before us. The entirety of this materium is purpose built to house and provide for our body's life. It's safe to presume this is so for the space aliens as well. That is, that universe provides and guides their body's life also. All the people and all the experiences of your body's life are there for your benefit, explicitly. We know this as you are a co-creator of the experiences, and universe has provided the activators, the set, and the setting for those experiences to manifest. Many of these experiences do not feel very much beneficial in the midst of them. They are what we need, not necessarily what we desire, though each and all are exactly what is required for our progression in this body's life and within the life chain, the chain that cannot be broken of all of our body's lives. We call this part karma. If none of this makes sense to you, pass by. You're not supposed to get it at this point in your/our common shared reality. This blank is really complex. We are co-creators of our experience of this common shared reality. Presumably, so are the space aliens. Presumably, now that they have intruded into our space in our solar system, and he's referring to 3i Atlas, the space aliens are also involved in the co-creation of this common shared reality. As was said, this S blank is really complex and is getting more so. There are layers within threads, within streams, within chains, within this continuous event stream, within this eternal now. And they are here, in it with us, in this now. This is where the complexity of it all compounds itself. Without regard to what area or level of thinking we pursue, we end up asking more questions. There are few answers, especially within officialdom, which by its nature and controlling organization will not be thinking very widely about our situation. Officialdom is preparing for their presumed confrontation with the space aliens. They are also preparing for their confrontation with the global populace, where we all face them and say, quote, "What the actual F, dudes?" Which one scares them more? Yet another question in our queue. Do you trust Kash Patel? How about Trump? Had the thought occurred to you yet that neither may own their own minds any longer? Do the space aliens have mind control at the level where they can remotely control officialdom? What happens if this idea takes hold? How will officialdom contend with that aspect of our changing common shared reality? Will this 3i Atlas be used as the entry point for officialdom to unveil the hidden reverse engineered alien tech? It's seemingly ideally designed for that. A great opportunity where the populace is so freaked out that they will forgive/overlook the horror of 80+ years of officialdom crimes because they think humanity is facing an existential threat. We may be facing extinction. We have no effing clue. Well, the populace doesn't. Officialdom may. We don't know what those slimy worms are concealing. Laughingly, officialdom doesn't know either. Trump read in on any of the UFO details? Probably not. Military readiness relative to space aliens? Rolling on the floor, laughing my A off. Humanity faces some challenges here. We are not screwed, though. This view is only in the minds of the gritology crowd where random and meaningless coincidences exist. From the ontology view, humanity is an active participant in this karmic thread emerging now from the continuous and expanding event stream. We are co-creating it in this now, along with newly arrived space aliens. Basically, we brought them here. along with the universe, as something we need to experience. Human life here on Earth will never be the same. The complexity of the karma within the event stream is compounding itself. One emerging thread already visible in the failure of the gritology paradigm itself. That collapse is going to leave a lot of butts very naked indeed. We all paid our karmic ticket to be here at this time for this most epic show ever. For me, the best part is watching all the clowns, officialdom, in their little cars and costumes. They are so funny. And that's the end. So you can see where Cliff is on this. And you can see that right before your eyes, if you have the video feed, all of this economic type stuff seemingly beginning to manifest in the event stream as it was predicted. And what he's saying is that 3i Atlas is the real deal. There are alien life forms on that thing, and apparently officialdom is aware of it, and its presence in our solar system is going to be the catalyst by which all of this change begins to take place. And from an ontology perspective, the perspective that the universe has a, what John Paul Sartre called a universal mind, a supreme consciousness, if you will. I like that term a lot. The supreme consciousness has inhabited the gritology, which is the actual grit of this material. The dirt, the rock, the soil, the plants, everything that makes up this reality matrix. It has inhabited that in an attempt to find complexity. And complexity is what it's seeking out as a form of novelty. Novelty is seeking out new and unique experiences not experienced before through the endless, myriad, countless life forms that exist throughout the universe. So imagine a supreme consciousness that lives in all those life forms and seeks out complexity within their given event stream so that they can experience, it can experience an ever-growing amount of unique experiences that it's not had before. Because of that, it seeks out complexity, and complexity is what we are about to get in heaps. So, this is going to change everything. And, I was talking before about the silver markets, the silver wars, and the fact that silver is used in every single form of advanced technology, and I can guarantee you it's used in vast amounts in any sort of reversed engineered technology that we have produced. We can make a craft look like another craft. It doesn't mean it exactly operates like that craft. And I have to remind everybody that 3i Atlas is coming in hot to a planet which for a very long time appears to have had an alien intelligence already here interacting with our species, and who apparently has in its possession a technology which supersedes that of 3i Atlas. So, I described this whole scenario on a previous show. You might have an alien life form showing up in a hostile posture to a planet that already has another alien life form living on it that's somewhat predating and attempting to colonize that planet, and a surface species who's captured some of that alien technology and who has weaponized it. We might be in for the greatest show of all time. A front row seat to the greatest show of all time. And I urge you guys not to fear what's coming. I urge you to grab a surfboard, because this might be the biggest wave of all time. You like the movie Point Break? There's some Point Break fans out there where the guy, the one of the bank robber characters says, it's a major commitment to even paddle off into the big surf. It's not like you can just call a timeout, stroll on into the beach if you don't like the way things are looking. Well, that's exactly what you're about to see. The big wave is coming, the 40-year storm, right? And you can either grab your surfboard and get ready to surf that wave, or you can get washed over like a giant tsunami. But one way or the other, I don't think anything's going to stop it. So going forward, I was going to mention that, you know, it's a very good idea right now to sort of create in your home Zen spaces. I'm big on that. Create a Zen space that you can sort of use for your personal meditational peace of mind. There's a lot of craziness that's going to come down the pike. And with economic upheaval, that stretches really its octopus arms down into every kind of rabbit hole you can imagine. The WebBot predicts that in the very short amount of time from here, there's going to be a period of time where you simply won't believe what's on your TV screen. All the woo guys like me out here in paranormal land, it's predicted that we kind of lose our audiences, because you won't have to listen to us describe to you what's happening in paranormal land. It's going to be on your nightly news. You're going to see stuff you never imagined they would ever show. And it's going to happen so repeatedly that people are going to be like, well, the woo guys aren't that wooey anymore, because we're seeing David Muir every night talk about, back reversed engineered alien technology and alien bodies. And, that's what's about to happen, that kind of change. So, brace yourselves. This week on Cryptid Corner, while I have time, I was going to discuss the origins of the Dogman, and I'll make that a very long story very short. So in my investigations of the Dogman origins, and, it's something that's been rekindled in me, the origins of the Dogman, because of the experience that the intelligence agents at Skinwalker Ranch had with the hitchhiker effect and their Dogman encounter, which, if you don't know anything about that, they had a Dogman encounter. Well, only two possibilities exist there, right? Either the same entity that's at Skinwalker Ranch manifested itself as a Dogman 2,000 miles away in Langley, Virginia, near the CIA headquarters, or the Dogmen are responsible for Skinwalker Ranch. You can't really have it both ways. If A equals B and B equals A, then A equals B. So, it's just, that's crazy to think about. If the Dogman phenomenon is a standalone cryptozoological phenomenon, in other words, a breeding viable species of cryptid out there in the forest of North America, like the Sasquatch species, then how do we explain its manifestation as a form of the hitchhiker effect to witnesses who are unimpeachable. We can't. It's impossible. The highest probability, and I have to remind you that when you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, has to be the truth. The highest probability here, in my estimation, is that you're dealing with an entity that can make itself look like the creatures we call dogmen, but in reality is not what we think it is at all. It appears to be a kind of demiurge-like species or entity, a singular entity perhaps, a mimic species. A species that can make itself look like really the most horrific thing from human imagination. That's what it's trying to do. So that would make sense. They experience the entity at Skinwalker Ranch where it's obviously making its nest, if you will, and it's able to quantumly entangle with humans at that site, and by so doing was able to quantumly entangle with one of the agent's wives in Langley, Virginia, 1,000 miles away, and manifest as a dogman in order to scare her to death. I mean, it literally almost scared her to death. So, and then manifested to the intelligence agent's children a few days later, all of which was chronicled by Dr. Cole Kelleher in the book Skinwalkers at the Pentagon. Again, it's a must-read for anybody involved in paranormal research because it revolutionizes our idea of what it is we're really dealing with. It doesn't make sense for us to keep going out and setting camera traps for Dogman in the woods if Dogman is really just the manifestation of one form from an entity that can change into many kinds of different forms. In other words, it's not likely you're going to catch it just wandering around the woods by itself and tripping a camera because it tries to manifest in the presence of human beings. So my bet is that if a human's not present, neither is the Dogman. It's there for a reason. And that reason is to interact with the nearest human. Why it chooses to do that, we don't know. But I take a deep, hard dive look at all of that in my book, Dogman, Legend Meets Science. It is a field guide for the field investigator. So if you're interested in actually pursuing that as an investigative hobby, if you will, then my book should provide you with a really comprehensive guide as to what's required right now in order for us to prove the existence of the Dogman species and what we might expect to be able to pour on that mystery going forward in the years to come with all kinds of new technologies available to us. So take a look at that. It's actually doing really well on Amazon these days. So people must like it. And going forward, keep your eye this next week. Keep your eyes on the cryptocurrencies, guys, and keep your eyes on the price of silver. If it breaks 50, watch it to run into, silver analysts are saying high triple digits. That's quite possible. Who knows? When there are no resistance lines, you're in never land. You are in price discovery point at that stage. So stay tuned for the craziness. I'll see you next week.
Great show, Jack.
Great show, Jack. Great show.
Thanks.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and start setting up for Nancy. I'll catch up with you later.
Sounds good, sir. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right, folks. Stick around. We got more to come. Got the Vixens Vault coming up at the top of the hour. I'll be connecting up with them in just a few minutes. So, go ahead and grab some more food. And we got cleared from the other station that we were on, and we'll be setting up here real soon for Vixen's Vault. So, hope everybody out there is ready and waiting. And I'm going to get them started up here in just a sec. Right. Vixen's Vault. Where are you? The Legion of Chaos. So. On hold. Oh. Gotta end that meeting, that's right. Gotta change rooms. Sorry about that, folks. Let me get the Legion of Chaos going with Nancy Planetta, the Wiccan Vixen. David Campion, Arpaz. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Mark. Hi, Vicky. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, it looks like I got everybody in this.
Now?
Well, the important people are here.
The important people, that's right.
Raphael should be
Raphael.
joining.
Raph,
He's coming.
Raph will be here soon. Let me switch over on OBS as well so that folks can kind of see you guys. There we go. All right, we're
Hey,
all
joining.
OBS. What does that stand for?
I've got to go. Got to go check the GIMP. Hang on a minute.
okay.
The GIMP.
Are you jumping in, babe? Okay, yeah, he's gonna jump in.
Uh-oh, somebody dropped out. Let me see if I
we're
can
all
get
here.
Jason back.
Where's Roger? Where's Mark?
Yeah.
They were in chat.
Hold on here. Let me call Jason real quick.
Yeah.
All right. Let me Jack, I just had him on, and I had a real big problem with his audio. Hey, there you go, Jason.
Hey,
Hey,
Jason.
Jason.
Jason?
All right.
Hey, Jason's here.
I don't know if Jack's going to answer or not.
I know. Like I said, Teams have been, Microsoft's been up and down all day. Teams has been up and down all day, and yeah, it's going to be fun.
I did have some issues with Jack's because I got echo off me, but not off of him. But we'll see when I get to the recording. Anyways, you got 30 seconds, and we'll get you going. We're going to have to go right up to the 55-minute mark. Don't go over, okay? Because that's going to, we might get cut off. Okay? Just letting you know. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side right now.
Wednesday, October the 1st, 2025, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Welcome, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. I am your hostess, the Wiccan Vixen. I hope everybody's had a great week. With me tonight, I've got, of course, my esteemed panel, my regulars, my go-to people. starting with, you know what? I'm going to start with you this week, Vic, because I never start with you. Vicky Vass. Vicky Vass. And every time I say your name, I think of Batman. And I'm sorry, Vicky. I'm truly sorry for that.
You have to say Vicky Vale. That's where
Vicky
you get
Vale.
it from, right?
See, I know, but it's like Vicky Vass. It comes off the tongue so easily. All right, we also have Mr. David Campione with us this week. Mr. Campione has been live and by my side for, a long time now. Like, we've been doing shows together.
But not that close.
Not that close, but close enough.
Close enough.
We also have Mr. Jason Quigley. And let me tell you, Jason is a new addition to our panel, and I enjoy him thoroughly. Probably because he's kind of like me. He'll take something and look at it from outside the box and see a million different scenarios that could possibly be. So I love that about him. And again, actually, almost everybody except maybe Mr. Mark Edworthy. Mr. Mark Edworthy is not very much outside the box. We love him for his British togetherness.
He's in the box right now. He's here.
Box all the time.
Look at him with this like smart looking tie and everything tonight. That was
The best on tonight. Yeah,
I'm telling you, looking handsome. He's looking handsome.
As long as he's not out of the closet.
And now literally, he's the same color as his tie at this point. That's pretty interesting. Wow. Okay. Didn't know you could turn
nice
that
lighting, Mark.
We also have, of course, Mr. Roger Hansen. Roger is always a great addition to have on. In fact, I want to have Roger on to do like an entire thing on Thanatos because something he was working really super hard on, and I find it incredibly intriguing. So we're going to do a show and just devote it to Thanatos, and later on we'll explain what that is. Rafael Martinez, my significant other, who I could not do this show without. In fact, again, he's doing this right now with a broken leg. He hobbled back to his bed as fast as he could to get on so he could be on the air with us. All right, guys.
Yeah.
So
I didn't think I could make, just so everybody knows, those jokes are no longer off limits. According to South Park, woke is dead.
Oh, that's right. Oh God.
So now I can say all that stuff.
Gail and I actually watched South Park. I think it was last night or the night before last.
Last night.
It was probably the most god-awful, politically incorrect masterpiece South Park has ever done. I mean, you had Trump having sex with Satan pregnant with Trump's baby, Trump, who doesn't believe in abortion, trying every which way to make Satan miscarry because he doesn't want the baby to take the tension away from him. But I had to tell you, it was pretty funny. I mean, as offensive as it was, I couldn't help but laugh either. Rafi and I were both dying laughing. You had Kyle's mother, and of course, Kyle's Jewish, and they have this betting app that they're playing with. And on the betting app, somebody had written that Kyle's mother was going to bomb Palestine.
Bomb
Gaza. And of course, she had no intention of doing that. But Cartman decides that it is his mission to make sure that he wins this bet on this app. So, oh my God, the absolute incorrectness of that whole episode. And at the very end, you've got Kyle's mother going into Bibi Netanyahu's chambers and like literally yelling at him for causing the war in Gaza and just like completely giving it to him. But like I said, you can't ever watch South Park and think anybody gets away unscathed. Absolutely nobody is off limits with production on South Park. I mean, what they did to Hillary Clinton years ago, it's still burned into my mind because it was that horrifying.
My gosh.
Oh no, it was about things living in her vagina. It was
no.
My dear God, who actually thought of these things and wrote them down? But funny. I mean, I can't say it's not funny. It's it's funny, but good Lord. I mean, yeah. And the worst part is Raphael kept looking at me when they would do the Trump character, and he was like, I got to tell you, though, they've got his facial expressions down. I was like, yeah, they do. It's pretty sad.
It was pretty masterful.
It was masterful. But, I did think about it afterwards and think, at least we still live in a country where, we can laugh at stuff like that. I mean, as offensive as it was meant to be funny. And it was funny. But
I'm sure they did that show before the anti-Semitism laws took effect.
Oh boy, no, they've never cared about it. They've literally, come on, they have a black child on South Park named Token. Come on.
They'd be on a Mossad hit
No
list.
way.
Yeah,
I've never
do.
seen the
They
show.
do. They really do have that token.
The kid's name is Token.
Yeah, that's what I used to call myself at DEA. I was the token Hispanic kid that got out in the bad neighborhoods.
There you go.
But besides that, the only other thing I can really report is, so they managed to shut us down. The government, United States government, is pretty much in shutdown. And I think it's rather comical because they shut us down over, what was it, $35 billion in free medical that they wanted to give the illegals. That's why the Democrats would not pass the budget. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. You just shut our government
so egregious.
Well, they could have taken it for the money they were going to send to Israel. Oh, well, we can't have that now, can we?
But I think, here's the thing, Rafi. So we're in shutdown, right? Okay, so basically we're at military assets and military assets only. Our military doesn't even get paid when we're in shutdown. They'll get compensated after the fact. No, they don't get paid outright. They will get compensated after the fact. The only thing that gets paid outright is Social Security. And even that will be questionable because they cut the staffing. But I mean, I find it interesting because we just deployed all of these Nat Guards. In fact, we just sent Nat Guard into Oregon and to wipe out Antifa. And I think it's funny because everybody's saying posse comitatus. And I'm like, well, no, actually, it's not posse comitatus because Antifa, the dumbasses, made the big mistake of attacking federal buildings. Then when you deploy federal buildings, it's not posse comitatus.
Did you notice they did that right on the heels of the ICE facility shooting where there was anti-ICE written on some of the rounds that I guess weren't fired? But yeah, they did that right on the heels of that event.
Dude, I'm telling you, you've either got one of two things going on. You either have got the mother of all Manchurian candidate awakenings happening, which is possible, or you've got a situation where they're trying to drum it up so the Insurrection Act can be called and martial law is put into play. And I think that's what needs to, I'll be honest, I see you, Jason, but I think that needs to happen. It needs
no, I hear you. As far as the posse comitatus, the judge has already found that he violated that, but he's not worried about that. He's going to do what he's doing now and worry about, all that later on.
I thought the Insurrection Act was enacted.
No, not yet. He has not pulled that trigger yet. That's why he's sending these Nat Guards to the federal facilities. See, he can do that. That is not posse comitatus. When they're attacking federal buildings, he can send federal troops in to defend the federal buildings. That is part of the Constitution. So he's skirting it. But they're getting ready for something much larger. They pulled all the generals in this past week and at the Pentagon, like every single one worldwide, didn't matter, deployed or not. Everybody had to be in DC or in, where were they? Quantico at noon.
800 of them.
Yep. And then dressed them up and down. And you know what? I laughed. I've read the news and they were saying Trump says that if the generals don't like it, there's the door. Well, yeah, that's kind of his right. He's commander in chief. But more than that, what he said is if you're not going to play by the rules that are written, you can retire. You can leave now, but you better leave now. Because if you don't leave now and you go against us, that's treason. And we will now. Yep, we will come after you and prosecute. And then Hegseth got up there and told them they're all fat and sloppy, which is true. I'm sorry, but it's true. And it is embarrassing.
Yeah. Did you see that thing I sent to you, Nancy?
No, what I've been running around all day like a maniac. No.
Oh.
I mean, I almost peed my pants when I saw Hegseth. And he said that, basically, I'm tired of looking around the Pentagon, seeing fat, lazy generals and fat, lazy admirals. And I thought, you know what? Good for you. It's about damn time. This is our military. You're not, obviously we're paying you guys way too much. because you're not doing much except slothing around. And, the whole, we're soft and gentle. No, he's right. We can't be soft and gentle. Soft and gentle has gotten us in deep trouble. Nope, not anymore. And it should never have been that way. He called out he basically said the women that can maintain the bar, that can hold the bar, and there are women out there that can do the physical that the men do, then they're fine, they qualify. But if they can't hold the bar, no, sorry, bye. And I've always said that. Equality does not mean uneven. Equality doesn't mean that you get special circumstances because of your sex or your sexuality or your ability to do. No, equality means you are equal. You can do the same thing as everybody else. That is equality.
Mm-hmm.
You can't lower the bar.
Yeah.
And I think, we got ourselves in big trouble by lowering the bar. And like I said to somebody, listen, women are better pilots than men. I said, there are areas within the military where women exceed what men can do. Women can handle more G-force than men can. That's physical. That's something that you can't change between a male and a female. But when it comes to, some of the things that they're doing physically on the ground, especially in spec ops, there are very few women that can hold up to that bar. Very few. And they shouldn't be out there if they can't. They should not be. It's just wrong. It's not fair to the rest of the troops. It's wrong. Then you've got a situation where everybody's carrying slack. And in war, you can't be carrying slack. I'm sorry. It sounds horrific. And like I said, I'm all about equality, but equal is equal. Equal is not, we're doing, girly push-ups and you're doing full-on push-ups and gee, that's the same. No, it's not. We're doing
been like that for a very long time.
I know. We're doing the flexible bar. What do the women do? The flexible bar hang.
Flex hang. It's a hang. Yes. Flex hang.
Because, they don't have the arm strength. Well, sorry, you better develop the arm strength.
That they would only do a 1.5 mile run, and there's sit-ups. Actually, the sit-ups they were on par with us.
Yeah. I mean, there's a huge difference between what qualifies a female in the military and what qualifies a male. And I wondered how that went.
Yeah, we both claim the title of Marine.
Correct. But then I wonder how that works with the trannies. How did that work with the trannies who could claim either sex? Did they have
why they would get a break with the running?
Yeah. I know, because women are actually good runners. They actually have the stamina for it. But I mean, it just, like I said,
typically women are athletic, and especially in high school.
Well,
it takes a while for them to catch up.
It bred a problem, and they refused to acknowledge the fact that the men resented the fact that the women were coming in and doing less. And it doesn't mean that they're not qualified to do certain things. Like I said, they are qualified to be. They're excellent pilots. They're very good sharpshooters. Women are incredible with firearms, and they're also very, very good nurses, doctors. I mean, there's so many places you can put a woman in the military and she's going to excel. But when it comes to ground troops and front line and stuff like that, no, she can't lift nearly what a man can lift. She can't haul a guy's body off a field if he needs to. It's the same argument I had with firefighters, women being firefighters. There are some women that are absolutely capable of doing everything a male firefighter can do. Absolutely. I've seen them do it. But most are not. And when you're in, say, a 20, 30-story building and a roof comes in and you got to get your male counterpart out of that building, who's going to do it faster and better? Another male or a female? A small female, no less. Usually it's going to be another male because he's got the strength, he's got the width, he's got the muscle power to do it. So it's, again, I know a lot of women think I'm a traitor because I say things like that, but it's honest. And it's not right that women be given special privileges simply for the fact that they're female. It's wrong. You want workplace equality, it has to be equal. It cannot be, advantage here or disadvantage there. But with that being said, tonight, what are we going to talk about tonight? I want to talk about 3i Atlas tonight. I want to talk about what is going on with this? Because they are starting to ramp it and pump it again. Because now we're getting reports that whatever this object is, it could be a comet, it could be a gigantic, humongous asteroid, who knows? But whatever it is, it's like 5 times larger than they initially thought. How does that happen? How do we, how do we even here? It just boggles my mind. And this is why I keep saying, folks, and we're going to talk about Blue Beam tonight. We're going to get into it and why this bothers me so much that they're so focused on this object. Because again, you're telling me that we can see this object that I believe currently it's just passing Mars. We can see it we can see its size. Apparently we can tell that by its composition that it's most likely not natural. There's something to it that makes it, they believe that there's aspects of it that make it not natural, like it had to have been built in certain areas. We know it's firing out the wrong end. We know it has a contrail coming out the wrong side. We know all these things, yet we still couldn't tell you what happened to the Malaysian flight that went down about a decade and a half ago. Still couldn't tell you where the hell that plane is. Yet we can see this thing out on the other side of Mars somehow. Just boggles my mind. That, and we know that right now, okay, and again, I'm going to point out there's a reason I brought up the shutdown, because it does tie into all this. When we go into a shutdown, all the services, I mean, people forget the FAA, all these things are government-tied services. And yeah, it's going to, like they were saying this morning, how it's going to affect the flights. Of course, it's going to affect the flights. It's going to affect the trains. It's going to affect the planes. It's going to affect anything that ties into government. Why? Because there's no money. Because now there's no money going in.
And nobody will be able to escape.
Nobody's going to be able. That's what I was going to say. There's certain things, and again, y'all can scoff and laugh at the whole Q thing as much as you want. But as every time things like this happen, you look back at Q and you go, "Oh, that's what he was saying." Okay. Get it. Got it. Good. Not freaking out. We're good.
But if it's as big as we suspect, then doesn't really matter. Where are you going to escape to?
Well, it's not not that escape.
Flee the country.
Well, does that will that really matter? Yeah, will that really matter? You can flee over to the UK. Will it really be
No.
Yeah.
They're not fleeing from that, Mark. We've got feedback. Somebody's got a speaker on. Can you guys hear it? There, it stopped now. Okay. I was going to say, so they're not fleeing. The people who would be on the run are not fleeing the comet. That's not what they're running from.
No, no.
They're running from the fact that right now, every military on the planet is beginning to mobilize.
Yeah.
All of them. And if you look around the planet and you start updating your news, you're going to realize there's a lot of military in movement right now.
Right.
In other words, people who have done really bad things. Yeah. People who've done really bad things are, I think, realizing that the trap is closing in on them. And there's only a few places they can actually run. They can go Antarctica. They can go Chile. There's not very many places they can go. And if you shut down their means of getting out, yeah. But that's
Chile's
why
not going to protect them.
No, I know.
They won't.
Go ahead.
No, they're going to say Chile has a strong rule of law. They have you can't even you bribe your way out of a parking ticket. And go ahead.
I'm wondering if that's why we've been going after Venezuela hot and heavy too, because Venezuela would have been a great jump to point. Mexico would have been a good jump to point, and we're kind of blocking those areas. And but believe it or not, Jason, I hope I get a smile out of this with this. Bibi Netanyahu is not going to make it through all this. Even his own people don't want him there anymore. He's caused too much trouble. And did you see where Trump actually humiliated him the other day, made him apologize on the phone to Qatar?
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, that's nothing new. There's more Jewish folk in Israel that put it like this: when this whole thing started, he was only 2 votes from getting booted out of his own Likud party. That's all the way back on the 7th of October 2023. So yeah, he's never really been liked even in his own party.
In 2020, people forget he was removed from power. Right before the 2020 election, he was removed from power, and they had charges they were going to press on him. And as soon as Trump lost the election, Bibi was back in power. Yeah, it was and I said, as soon as that happened, I was like, yeah, no, he's terrified of Trump, and he should be terrified of Trump because Trump knows the game. Right. He's going to play the game until he checkmates, and at that point, there's no getting away from him. There's no. I mean, he already said, you're not going to annex Gaza. He told them that straight up. You're not getting Gaza. Nope. Not happening. You're not going into Qatar again. Nope. Not happening. You're seeing his way of addressing changing. And you notice Bibi got on a plane and scurried right on over here after Trump said, yeah, you're not annexing Gaza. Sorry. Wrong answer. And I was like, now we're seeing the cards as I knew they were being played, but again, it's hard to convince other people that he could not just be a hard ass the whole time. They'd assassinated him. They would have taken him out. There's no way. He had to play the game until there was no escape. He had to play the game. I don't think the Charlie Kirk thing, I think that's more of a red flag or a false flag than anything you could possibly imagine. There are all sorts of connections now that are coming up that really, really, when you start researching it, you have to ponder the fact that TPUSA was being audited. Charlie had called for a Doge-like audit the week before he was assassinated, and the memo was. Yep.
Yeah.
Have you seen how those people at the University of Utah all of a sudden disappeared the whole website because they worked for CIA. That's a little bit weird.
And you've got now they're going after Soros hard and heavy, and he's not getting. And I don't even think George Soros is actually alive. I think Alex is in charge of everything. I'm pretty sure George kicked the bucket more than a minute ago. Yeah. But again, who's Alex married to or marrying? Huma Abedin. So who does that connect to? Hillary Clinton. Here we go. It's like it's not like they hide their connections really well. They don't. But even George Soros's other companies, it's not just Act Blue. He's got, Open Something Foundations. That ties to Israel directly. Mm-hmm. Directly. And again, they're taking it apart piece by piece, as they should. As they should. This man has toppled more countries than anybody else that's his thing.
Yeah, that's what he does.
He divides the country and he topples the country. He's done it over and over again. It's a pattern with George Soros. In fact, I remember when I first met Raphael. When I first met him, the first person he started hard and heavy researching, once he figured out the Bilderbergs, he started really researching George Soros. And let me tell you, he was just like, oh, that man's evil incarnate. I mean, he was just like, where does he live? He's like, ooh, he's not a good person.
Yeah, but he has his company on a private island somewhere.
Yeah,
he's in the Atlantic.
All right, guys, hang in there, though. I got to take us out to our first break already. When we come back, we're going to get more into Bluebeam and Atlas 3i and Amawahu, and actually there's a third one out there too. And we're going to talk about it and why this would be a great deception. Hang in there, guys. We shall return in just a few minutes.
All right, we're on radio break. Oh.
Yep.
Chaos Karen in the Kick Chat. She's one of Wobbly's crew. Welcome in.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you hear my cat yelling at me? Hi,
meow.
She's actually the treat Nazi. This is the cat that I swear to God, if there would be a union representative for my cats, it's her. And
a union representative for the cats.
Dude, she will literally harass me until I give her treats. And all of the cats have treats. Like she'll slap my arm, she'll meow at me really loud until I give them treats.
Is she the one with the special room? You know, your den or whatever?
That's Lola.
No, that's Lola.
Okay.
Lola doesn't. Lola's just a queen. That's Lola just comes in. She's the empress. You know, she yells at Rafi because she's mad that it took so long to get her in. But you know, she's the empress.
Yeah.
But Rafi has an excuse.
Oh God, Rafi can't. Rafi hasn't been much past the bathroom. And how long, babe? 2 weeks almost.
I took Nala out last night, and yeah, that pretty much busted up my knee for the rest of the night. I was racked in pain for the rest of it.
Is that the princess? Is that your princess, little Nala?
Nala is.
Yeah. No, Nala's my sister's dog that we rescued because, yeah.
She's a teacup chihuahua. She weighs like 2.3 pounds, and she's 15 years old. She's blind, and she's like a deer in the headlights 99.9% of the time. Big eyes, and just she's old, you know. So she decides, you know, we do call her Hitler. That is her nickname. No joke. Ooh. Because she'll wake up at like 3 o'clock in the morning, decide she wants water. She'll get right in my face. Like, get up on the pillow, like, put her face in my face and go at 3 o'clock in the freaking morning. And then I got to get up out of bed, carry her over to the water, wait till she's done, take her outside, and then take her back to bed.
Nancy's been taking care of me, so I was trying not to wake her up. And, yeah, I took her out, and I messed up my knee pretty good.
Yeah.
Is that before or after the ladder accident?
No, dude.
After.
Oh my.
After.
Yeah, I mean, he's got there's 2 fractures behind his kneecap where the 2 bones meet. It's almost like a wishbone back there where your 2 main leg bones meet. He fractured both bones.
Wow.
Yep. The tibia and the fibula.
Fibula.
Yeah. I had to get used to saying those words.
It's like esophageal, but different. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he still has. I mean, here's the fun thing.
That's not my vocabulary.
The VA has still yet to see him. Like,
are you
because
kidding?
they want the imaging from the hospital, which is impossible. Remember, I could never get my imaging from the hospital. If you can't get your imaging from the hospital, it's absolutely insane. So now he has to go all the way to Tampa, have all the imaging redone.
No.
Yep.
Oh no. That's
You can't have them
wrong.
just mail you the discs.
They
will.
I can't even get a hold of them. So the instructions say, if you need records, you print out this paperwork, you fill it out, and then you fax it in. But if you need imaging, you contact radiology directly, and they'll give you the disc. Well,
30 seconds, folks.
I call, and they don't answer the damn phone.
That's messed up. I hit them up for imaging from. Actually, I just wanted every MRI or CAT scan that I'd ever had done, and they said, "Oh,
all right, here's your countdown.
You the info you need."
5,
basically, I couldn't believe
4,
they mailed me the actual hard
3,
copies.
2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
And we're back, folks. 9:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, October the 1st. We are in the Halloweeny month. The month that is the witchiest of the witchies month. In fact, it's funny because people always ask me, is this your favorite month? And I'm like, well, no, actually, I prefer like February because it's cold. It feels good. But, you know, Florida, October, you're still kind of thinking, you know, it does work with Halloween because it's like Satan's hell. You know, it's like flames and stuff. But, you know, we did have a cold front go through earlier this week. It dropped the whole of 1 degree. And it did cut the humidity pretty much in half. But now we're back up to full-blown humidity, and we're getting a little bit of wind from the storm off the other coast. Not a lot, but some. And I do know we're supposed to get rain the next couple of days, which will be a blessing because we haven't had a lot. It's been very hot, very humid, and yeah, just not feeling super autumny, put it that way. But again, speaking of Halloween and all things Halloweeny with aliens and everything coming, gee, are we going to be able to tell the difference if they actually visit us? Or are we going to look at it like, oh, it's Halloween. Look, aliens. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to wrap my mind around, again, because NASA and the Space Administration and all these, even Harvard, these higher level education colleges, they never, ever, 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 and Dave will back me up on this, they never come out with stuff like this unless there's a, and I always say that there's always a play. So they're going to use it for something else. And
I think they're because President Trump cut their money. I think Loeb, what he's been putting out there since July or June or something of this year, and that's right after the Trump said he's not going to what was he going to hold off 500 million or billion or something from Harvard, and now all of a sudden they want their money so they can do more research.
well, it's not just that, but it fits in.
Aliens.
It does. I mean, it fits in perfectly with a Blue Beam event.
Yep.
It really does. Because,
have you heard Loeb talking about Atlas being you keep talking about it being a alien spaceship. Have you heard that? I've listened to one.
That's not a
YouTube.
spaceship.
No. Of course not, but I think he wants to keep the word alien out there in
Yep. He's been saying it. Michio Kaku actually put his 2 cents on not to know.
I don't get it. Sure. Trump might be reducing money to US universities, but the US isn't the only developed country in the world.
No. You don't understand, Mark. 99% of the money that has been given to these universities in grants, gratuities, whatever you want to call the money that's been going, has not been used for the universities. It has been put into private slush funds. I mean, they do whatever they want with this money. It's the same thing with the Department of Education on the lower levels of education. The money is used, abused, and it's been played with, and that we all know it. Harvard has got billions and billions and billions of dollars that come in from their graduates. Okay, literally, they've got some of the largest endowments in the world when it comes to money. Yet they're somehow boo-hooing over the fact that Trump said, "Hey, okay, yeah, y'all can't have this population of immigrants coming over and being educated on grants. Where basically they're not paying full ride tuition. We're paying for it." No, enough is enough. I'm cutting the funding. We're going to make it harder for them to get in, especially because when they're here, they wave the flag of their country.
In that case, they'll come to Britain, or they come to France, or they come to one of the other developed countries.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And of course, that horrifies college professors. Why? Because they make a boatload of money and they don't do very much. Yeah. And I will be the first one to say that. I went to college in my 40s. I was late. I went in, and I said to Ralphie, "This is embarrassing. These classes cost a bloody fortune. Okay, you don't go to it's online." I said, "Everything's online, so you've got a professor who doesn't even video you. They just write a syllabus. They throw it up there, say it's due at this point, and if you don't turn it in, well, you get an F. There's no communication. There's no. What are they getting paid to do? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then if you don't, it doesn't matter if you're historically correct. If the professor doesn't agree with you, they can fail you anyway. See, that's a standard I have an issue with. It's kind of like, don't sit here and tell me that, there was no Vietnamese War, because it was just a conflict and it really wasn't anything we should discuss, because it was an outright humiliation. And the way they treated our troops when they came back was even more humiliating. So, yeah, fail me, because I'm going to disagree with you on that. They don't, if you say there's only 2 genders, they can fail you. Doesn't matter if you're in a computer technology class. If your professor doesn't like what you say, they can fail you. You could be a straight A student and say something the professor does not like, and they can fail you. And it's been like that for decades now. And they get paid anywhere between $90,000 and $350,000 to $500,000 to sit there and do pretty much nothing except make up a syllabus.
The assistant does all the work.
The students do the work too, the research, and then the instructors and professors take the credit.
Yeah. So it's, I mean, it's highway robbery. And, you know, they said I listened to, you know, you listen to economists and they freak out about the debt, you know, especially the student loan debt, because we are trillions in debt with student loans. Okay. Trillions. And I think, well, there's a real easy way to fix that. You know, why don't we, instead of gutting the kids that signed up because that's the only way they could go to college, which was the promised land, which they were promised if they went to college, they could get a great career. And then you talk them all into going to political sciences, which was the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. And now they have worthless paper, like toilet paper's worth more. And they're $100,000 in debt. And that accrues every year. They add interest onto that every year. So paying your way out of it is damn near impossible, especially if you're working a minimum wage job. So why are you not looking at getting the college institutions under control? Why are you looking at making these kids pay for it ridiculous amounts of money, like more than a house? Okay. Why are you not saying we need to get these colleges under control? They shouldn't be allowed to charge that much.
Remember, this is a Rockefeller created system. They're not just there to put their brains in a box, but they're also gatekeepers. That's the reason why they can fail them for whatever reason they want.
Disagree.
But then,
I don't disagree.
And the other reason to push them into political science at this juncture is because they want to radicalize as many people as they can, so they can throw us into civil war.
I'm sorry. I was watching something just yesterday. It was a fairly left-wing YouTube channel, and there was a lot of stuff on there I disagreed with. But they made a point that universities in Britain, the graduates are not getting lower and lower paid jobs because of the amount of graduates and the lack of supply and demand, really. But plumbers and sparkies and electricians and so on are actually seeing an increase in their average earnings.
Same here.
It's the same. It's been going on in the States for the last 15 years, where literally you're better off going to a trade school than you are to a college. If you like welders make a fortune in the United States, a fortune, and there's not a lot of them. So it's like, that's not a really hard trade. You know, you have to go to trade school for it, and it's not always comfortable. I mean, you're not in very comfortable conditions a lot of times, but it pays a lot of money. Plumbers get paid a lot of money. Electricians get paid a lot of money. And guess what? Here's the thing. A lot of those college degrees are even more worthless now with AI, because AI is just tossing even attorneys. They have their own AI now for attorneys. And I'm like, that's great. There goes the paralegals. There goes, you're literally putting everybody out of a job. And, people spent a lot of money on their educations with the promise of a job.
Yes.
So it's, again, what do you do? And nobody seems to want to actually observe the answer. The answer that you get a lot of times is, like, we need a $20 minimum wage because of cost of living,
or universal basic income.
Yeah, or raise everything up. Yeah.
Well, my thought process is, instead of that, why don't we try getting the prices under control? Why are we spending so much on energy? I can tell you at least 3 states right now where people are paying massive amounts of money for electricity, And it's got nothing to do with supply and demand, except for the fact that those states are running Bitcoin mines. And they're basically passing off the expense of that energy usage to the people.
Data
So
centers.
they're, oh yeah, the data centers.
Shall we talk about Britain's? There's a recent report that stated that Britain is consumers are paying the most in electricity fuel prices than in compared to anywhere else in the world, because of things like these stupid net zero policies.
Yeah, I mean, it's well, yeah. See, y'all, I don't understand the British. I love you, Mark. You know I love you. I do not understand you guys, y'all. Literally, it's. I'm sorry. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it. Just don't get mad at me. It's like you bend over and say, "Go for it," because I've never seen anything like it. The British people, when something is obviously not going to be good for them,
Rape and rape if it's willing.
It's like, okay, right.
We are tolerant up to a point. We can be extremely tolerant, and then there is that point.
Yeah, because I would think, especially with the illegal immigration and the attacks that are happening in London, and I mean, I know that both in England and in Germany, U.S. troops around the bases are told if they have their family over there that not to let their girls out past dark. If they have daughters, do not let them out. They're not allowed off grounds after dark because there's been so much. And I don't know what you do about that because nobody's trying to curb it. I know Germany is making it worse. England, I think the people are trying to get a grip, but your politicians, it's like they're deaf.
I've been following the Labour's. Today was the last day of the Labour Party's conference, annual conference, and I've been following it. And yeah, let's say it hasn't been pretty. Let's just say.
Well, I saw him get absolutely destroyed. I mean, eviscerated on. I think it was a BBC broadcast, where the reporter was just simply asking him, please explain to me how a digital ID is going to prevent illegals from working when we already have the health card and that doesn't stop them. And it's pretty much just the only difference is now you can make people's lives miserable if they say something you don't like. So how to please, and he couldn't, no matter what he tried to get her off that subject like 8 times. And I said to somebody, that what we're witnessing right now, even though he's being very British and he's very composed with how he's answering, he is shitting his pants because he can't come up with an answer. And she keeps re-asking the question. She's like, well, and that's good, but that's not the question I asked you. This is the question I asked you. And she kept turning it back on him. And I thought, yeah, he's gonna go down with this because there's no way the British are going to handle it.
There's I don't know if you remember the Thatcher's downfall with the poll tax back in 1989. People are stating or saying that this could be Starmer's sort of poll tax moment. And it's arguable that the Labour Party, if the Labour Party is ever going to come back into power, at least for a generation or two.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like the Liberals over here, though. It's like, how deaf do you have to be? I mean, you've got a guy in power who's obviously the whole country is saying no, absolutely no digital ID. We do not want digital ID. No, what are you doing? No, no, no. And he's still pushing it like this is the greatest thing on the planet. We have liberals over here and Republicans alike over here we need to give health care to illegal immigrants before we take care of the people of the country. You know, we're going to cut off everything in the country, all services, because we want health care for illegal immigrants. What?
Actually, technically, it's easier if you are an illegal immigrant under the current system in the UK. It's easier to get to see a general practitioner than it is if I could. I'm an
Yes.
assistant general practitioner for some time now, but it's easier for them. Yeah.
It's been like that over here for decades now. I mean, they were never supposed to be. I mean, I still remember the 2016 election and, you know, the stomping grounds with Hillary Clinton where she was, no, they do not get Medicaid. They do not get this. We do not give them welfare. You know, they come in and da-da-da-da-da. They do not get any assistance. Let me tell you, they get a $5,000 Visa card. They get full health insurance. They get housing. And a lot of them in New York City, it was 5-star hotels. I mean, and we're paying for that.
And cars.
I mean, I can tell you right now, just watching Ralphie struggle, just trying to get in to see a VA physician with a broken leg that is now fusing, and he hasn't seen anybody yet. And I'm like, this man served our country. He earned his insurance. And it's like, come on, man, this is insane. This is insane. This is so wrong on so many levels. It's not funny. I mean, he called them today and said, you know, hey, can you, he ran out of his painkiller prescription like a week and a half ago. And they're like, oh, just take Advil. And I'm looking at him as a former EMT going, honey, no, you have two fractures in your leg. 2. And they're telling you to take over the counter? Are they out of their minds?
Has he been casted?
You know what? That's not even the point. The point is, I never thought of that. Really, hon? Take Advil. Like, that's so insulting.
Has he had a cast? Is it a cast already?
No, they put him in.
That's crazy. No.
We don't even know if we can put him in a cast because he hasn't seen an ortho yet because we can't get his imaging.
Yeah, if you haven't immobilized that thing, Advil's not going to one bit of pain relief.
I mean, I wish I had been here when he was on that call because I'd have ripped that guy up one side and down the other. And he would have had a prescription by the time I was done. Because it's, at this point, that's cruel.
It is.
I mean, the man is up all night with the pain. It's pinging him all night. If he twists the wrong way, it's agony. It's swollen to all get out. I'm worried about a blood clot at this point because of where the injury is. It's at the juncture behind the kneecap. And he can't put any pressure on it. So it's like, you know, you have to get that blood flowing. You have to move. Your muscles are going to atrophy. You know, you've got to get that leg moving. Well, we can't do PT really until we have imaging. We can't. What?
That's insane. That's malpractice. Oh my gosh.
That's what I'm saying. It's so wrong on so many levels.
But can't you just go to the emergency room at the VA down there in Tampa? I know it's an inconvenience, but they have to see it.
That's what they recommended. I'm going to be probably doing that tomorrow.
Yep, I have to take.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that you have to go through that. It shouldn't be that way.
You have to immobilize those bones.
Welcome to government health care, folks. That's the VA.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody thought it was, you know, that the Obamacare thing was going to be so wonderful, and trust me, that's a hot mess too. God, we haven't even talked about that. The fact that health insurance is through the roof, and it's supposed to be, you know, Obamacare. It's ridiculous.
You're going to save $2,500 per family, right? And then it doubled. It doubled the rates.
It did.
$2,500 per family. Is that what they said? Because that's about exactly what it cost my family for 3 years. Every time we thought we were going to get that about $3,000, $3,200 check, you know, your taxes back, yoink, nope, and it ended up being $600.
Yep. I mean, it's like I said, it was a joke. And I think I read the ACA, Raphael knows that. I actually sat there and read all of it. And by the time I got done, I was ready to throw up because I'm like, pretty much maybe 20 pages had to do with healthcare. The other multiple thousands of pages had to do with, you know, rubbing this guy's back and, oh, let's do black farms in the middle of Colorado. This wasn't a healthcare bill. I mean, they wanted to give all this money to black farmers in Colorado. It's like,
that's right. Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
They never, even though they wrote out the microchips, because forget a week before they passed that, they still had the microchips in the healthcare bill where you would have required us to be microchipped in order to have the ACA until one of the senators pointed it out, and the religious groups got a hold of it and said, nope, mark of the beast. Yep. But they ordered 370 million of those chips, those RFID chips. So yeah, they're going to try to find a way to reuse those because they still have them. And it's like, this is what your country was trying to do to you. And yet you still support them. You still think that this is cool, that this is great, that this is the land of the free and the home of the brave. Because right now it's the land of the prison and the home of the chickens. Because about 95% of the population has absolutely no balls. And, you know, they went along with COVID. They address the tranny as whatever it wants to be addressed as. They have zero balls. Zero. And obviously I'm not like that. I could care less what you think of me. I'm not going to sit there and go say something to you that goes completely against everything I know to be true or believe. I'm not going to do it. I'll give you room and say, hey, it's my opinion. You have your opinion, but I'm not going to alter my opinion because it offends you. So sorry. Go talk to somebody else then. That's like, if you're offended, don't talk to me. It's great. I'm fine with that.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I never understood about the whole thing. It's like, well, you're offending people. Well, so then they can get off my Facebook page. They can, go somewhere else. Block me. Do I look like I care? I do not care. It's like I got into it today with something about Candace Owens because I have a follower on my Facebook who thinks Candace Owens is like the she-devil. And I literally said she is bringing up things that nobody else wants to. She's pointing out that TPUSA was under audit by Charlie's orders a week before he was assassinated. She's pointing out that Erica Kirk is not acting like a widow in any way, shape, or form. And I agree with her on that. I don't like what Erica Kirk is doing. I don't see this as bravery. I see this as pre-planned. It's way, way too well constructed. She's way too well spoken. She's got too many connections in her history that make me very uncomfortable. And yeah, she just took over TPUSA like it was nothing, like just stepped in and, oh, this is for Charlie. I'm not so sure about that. Not so sure about that right now. Because again, I always say, who stands to gain? Show me where the money goes, and I'll show you who probably had a hand in it. Who stands to gain? It doesn't matter if it's an assassination. It doesn't matter if it was her husband. It does not matter. Who stands to gain? Because 99.999% of the time, that is your guilty party. In some way, shape, or yeah. Well, yeah, because she was all in for BB's big donation. She was very upset when Charlie didn't take it. So, like I said, there's things that have been uncovered where I'm like, oh, no, please, because I was really, really proud of you. I was really pulling for you as a young widow with 2 little kids. I was really pulling for you. Yeah, and then you dig a little deeper and you're like, oh, no. No, she can't be one of those. All right, guys, I got to hold, and you know what? I so much wanted. We got to talk about Bluebeam next thing. Time's just flying by tonight. I got to take us out for our second break. This is our long break of the evening, so get up, stretch out, get yourself something to drink, and think about questions you want to ask about 31. I don't know if it's 31 or 3I Atlas. I can't make up my mind which one it is because everybody writes it out differently. Hang in there, guys. We shall return in just a few moments with the Vixen's Vault.
All right, we're on radio break, and we got about a minute and a half before we get cut off from this. Then probably about 2 minutes till I'm going to take and connect this back up again. That way you'll have time to close out.
Cool. Yeah, but Erica Kirk, man, she was connected to that thing in Romania. She's been banned from Romania. Because her charity foundation, like in 2010, she got banned from Romania because her charity foundation was trafficking children. They were founded.
But was she a Miss America or something? Or did I miss?
Miss Arizona.
Oh,
Yep.
Arizona. Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Okay, that's it. All right.
She was a millionaire in her own right before she married Charlie. So very, very interesting. Like I said, digging up some.
Real quick, Donald Trump knew her before
Yep.
they were together, you know, because Donald Trump threw that pageant where she was Miss Arizona. It's real weird how that works out.
Oh my.
He did know her. That's correct.
As
And,
I would say.
well, him
Hugh,
and Charlie and JD were close too. I would say
Yes.
that JD and JD Vance and Charlie Kirk were probably closer friends than any of them in that group.
Well, I gotta kind of laugh because of that South Park episode. Every time you say JD Vance, I'm gonna think of Tattoo from Fantasy Island because that's how they had JD Vance portrayed as Tattoo from Fantasy Island.
Oh my God, really?
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay.
The episode was called
Well,
Conflicts of Interest.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to call us all right back here on the same one. All right. So everybody just go ahead and hang up. We're close enough now that by the time we do that, then I'll take and recall us all back in. Okay. You got it, Mark?
Got it. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to end this meeting. And start a new one. Folks, we are on radio break. I'm going to bring the crew right back for part 2 of the Vixen's Vault, hour 2. It's a 2-hour show.
I'm here. I'm gonna mute though.
Okay. Think I got everybody back, or getting them. Switch us over on OBS.
Hello.
I was just going to say, just as something to make people chuckle with. Hey, there's a rumor going on around at this present moment that says that Tony Blair,
yeah, I heard about that one.
He's planning to be the viceroy of Palestine.
Yeah, I heard about that one too, or the governor of it, or something like that.
Which is
the military governor of Palestine. Yeah, Tony Blair. Oh yeah.
That's gonna go.
Yeah, that'd be like saying, "Hey Trudeau, why don't you take and be like the vice governor too, or you guys switch roles." Like,
that's right.
That would
be
so great,
If
for
I
Palestine,
remember
that
rightly,
is.
If I remember rightly, he wanted to be a UN diplomat to the Middle East when he came out of being the Prime Minister back in 2010.
Well, see, there you go. Makes sense, right?
He just loves the Middle Eastern folk.
Yeah, he does.
Great conspiracy out there restreaming us, and everybody else that's restreaming us. Thank you very much. Appreciate helping us get up and out to everybody out there. All the folks over on DLive, Kick and DLive. Appreciate each and every one of you guys and gals. Hokey pokey in the Kick chat. I put my left foot forward, my right foot back.
You go, okay.
Put your left foot in.
Oh yeah, whatever.
Forward
in.
Put your left foot in. Your right, well, I know it starts with left
right foot out, left foot in,
there you
right
go.
foot out.
Yeah,
left
shake
foot
it,
in,
shake it all
right
about.
foot out.
Turn all
you gotta
around.
Shake it all about.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's what it's all about.
AC/DC
Hokey
style,
pokey.
right? like what's his name? Mar that did that with AC/DC. Yeah, can you imagine doing the hokey pokey with AC/DC? Yeah, I was like, oh man, it sounded great. And then actually, when I think it was Angus was still alive, or was it Malcolm? One of them, the last one, that he came out and sang it with him. I'm like, oh wow, that's cool.
And that wasn't on South Park, right?
No, not that I know of. I think that was on Saturday Night Live one night. Back when it was decent. Not great, but, decent some nights. Anyways, you got less than 30 seconds and we'll get us... No, what am I thinking? I'm getting ahead of the game. No, we got about 4 more minutes.
You got 3 minutes.
3 minutes, yeah, three.
Oh goodness! Did anybody's well?
Yeah, look it up. I think it's the hokey pokey AC/DC. Yeah, it's really pretty neat.
Have you ever seen those cellists play Thunder?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know, they're
two cellos,
really good. Yeah,
the two basses too, or what's the other one? Yeah.
It's the two basses, and they
Two
dress up
cellos.
in English
I
garb.
liked it when they did the Star Wars theme. That was really cool how the two cellos did that.
Oh, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah. Yep. And then you have the harp girls, that do that dress up like Vikings, and they have they're twins, and it looks like they have two Viking dudes playing percussion instruments, Celtic style, looking like Vikings.
Yeah. Do you all see the little video clip of Hegseth, the babies? It's in the chat, and they talk about the, we aren't Visigoth, with the beards and everything, huh?
I tell you what, anything with the babies, those little shorts with the babies and Bigfoot are hilarious. It's like Bigfoot blowing stuff up. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna sneak these sticks of dynamite into the camp, see what these guys think about that, and then he sneaks off. Kaboom! I thought I heard something outside my tent. No kidding, And there's toilet paper and everything flying all over the place.
This was the babies that's in the chat. It's Hegseth talking to all the military people.
Yeah.
Oh, and telling them they're all fat. And,
yeah.
The expressions on the generals' faces, the babies, general babies, is hilarious.
Anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side right now.
And we are back, October the 1st, 2025. It is a Wednesday evening, 10:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. When we went to break, we were way off topic. But, that's kind of common with the vault. I kind of get all over the place because one thing leads to another, and it always leads back to what the holy hell is going on. Basically, that's kind of the question we're all trying to answer, because there's so much going on worldwide right now that literally, if you just stop for a moment, it's kind of breathtaking. Just so many different things happening in so many different areas at one time. And it's funny because, again, I've never seen anything like it, where it's like they're intentionally trying to rile everybody up. And I thought about that. Again, I thought, what if this is part of a plan? Get everybody riled, get everybody upset. So again, you have to call an insurrection type. You have to do it. Yet there's no way not to do it. Basically, even, down to the last several shootings, you had the two shootings over the weekend, both of them retired Marines, which I just found, way too convenient. You had the kid that took out Charlie Kirk. Then you had the kid in Dallas who went after the ICE facility and hit everybody but the people he was supposedly targeting, which included, some pretty innocent, not so innocent immigrants that were getting deported. In fact, those were his only fatalities besides himself. But who very nicely wrote Antifa all over his ammunition, kind of like, the kid that took out Charlie Kirk. And
that stuff?
Yeah, but at least we're not talking about Brax Thunder Thor axe, riding a Fenrir into battle against an alien invasion that's coming from space yet. All right, we're doing good tonight.
But I think we're getting there, though. That's the thing. I think we're actually getting there. But I mean, my point is that again, it smells like an intelligence operation. It stinks of intelligence operation, really. I mean, and I know people get really mad when I say that. I'm like, don't really care if you like it or not. How many murders do you know of, even assassinations do you know of, where they literally type their name on the bullet?
I know. They don't do that.
Come on.
And it's not just the bullets, it's the gun, it's it's the way that it's always white. I mean, they do have other colors of paint marker. I mean, it almost looks like the exact same millimeter, like it's a 5 or 6 millimeter white Sharpie. They've been doing this for the last 5 years. It's almost like a signature. It's just so bad. They have budgets, they have actors, they've got everything at their disposal, all these resources, and it's the same redundant BS. They were on psychotropics, they were ex-military, they wrote on that's what Pam Bondi even brought that up. She said, well, we know because he wrote it on the casings, we know because he yeah, I know. Very convenient. Very convenient.
Dude,
that chicken didn't come before the egg or nothing.
I am going to be the devil's advocate yet again. And I don't see there as a coordinated thing. Once there's kids that have been sort of indoctrinated into the so-called woke mentality because of so-called long march with the institutions, academia, and so on. And yeah, really, it's just that these, I don't know, in one way I should call them poor kids, naive kids, being indoctrinated into thinking that anything that is disagreeable is now far right or Nazi or whatever, and then because they've got this sort of mindset, then these occurrences happen. So it's not really the.
I'm still choking on the.
That's the thing. It's not indoctrination. Like, I can totally understand where you're coming from. Believe me. 8 years ago, I would have told someone like myself I would have told them, someone like myself, to go check themselves into the nearest loony bin. Like, seriously. But I've caught them, not just me, but I'm not the only person that knows they do this. Well, there's certain ones I probably shouldn't even name because we are on YouTube. But I mean, the school in Connecticut, so many people that Andy Ook, whatever. So many people have looked into that. So many people have looked into the Boston incident that happened there with the marathon, and I mean, for sure, like 100%. Even the thing that happened with you guys and with the tube 775, that was some BS. That wasn't three legitimate folks. That was in order to get your guys' people's support for the war in Iraq at the time. These things definitely do happen. Dr. Jim Fetzer had a 537-page book about it called Nobody Died at Sandy Hook, and he's not a crazy conspiracy theorist. He's a 30-year Duluth campus of University of Minnesota teacher, professor. So yeah, it's not, and like when it first happened, you know, that's why I said, well, let me look at it for a couple more days. And yeah, you look at these, and now there's been 2 more incidents on the back of that. So now I'm even getting lost in them. But it's not indoctrination. It's their same shady writing on the freaking weapon for the last 4 years. And it's not just the U.S. either. It's like NATO countries, you know. The incident that happened in let's see, what was it? Norway, where the guy supposedly blew up the building, and then he went to that island and shot up. There was a bunch of kids, and a lot of them they were on at camp. Their parents were all MPs, diplomats, etc. They may have really died. You know, that may have been real blood. Often, it's Mossad on your side of the pond, and there is real blood on our side of the pond. Often we like to use crisis actors or just lie and tell you a scary story. But that's, you know, rather than crisis reaction solution is no crisis reaction solution. But they really have. It's so awful. They've been doing these, and that's not to say that I can't get it wrong, or a real operation can't look like a fake one, or that every now and again there isn't some poor kid that sees all these and thinks they're real and tries to enact one, you know. But they've definitely been caught doing operations that are fake as the day is long many times.
I don't disagree, and I think that's why we're seeing a lead into what they're going to try to pull off as a Blue Beam event. I think that's why we're seeing things amp up in that direction, because they've lost control of the narrative. Too many people are questioning too much at this point. I mean, I don't know, even some of the most stringent, you know, Charlie Kirk, I guess you could say, believers who really believed everything that happened, even they're starting to now question what occurred that day. Because when you do actually start reviewing it and looking at it, you know, like I said, I don't get mad at Candace Owens saying what she says, because it's intelligent. She's questioning, and if you actually loved and cared about Charlie Kirk, you'd be questioning too. Because, you know, it's a thing where, do you really want his kids to grow up and have an absolutely untrue narrative about what occurred that day? I mean, in fact, I said to somebody, the fact that they had the balls to actually say that, you know, it was a miracle that there was no exit wound. It was literally a miracle, because he had this vertebrae that was apparently of steel or something else.
Man of Steel. The Man of Steel.
And that could only be an act of God. And I literally said, there are literally Christians out there stupid enough to be saying that this is a miracle. Charlie Kirk would be rolling over in his grave right now to hear that. Mm-hmm. He would be absolutely livid that you people bought that. Because no.
And what it is, it's just too hard for folk to believe. It would have been too hard for me to believe if I hadn't watched people like Ole Damagar, Dr. Jim Fetzer, Dr. Kevin Barrett, and so many others break so many down. But it's just so ugly. It was too much for me to believe at first, certainly.
Yeah, it is hard. I mean, But it's not really, because once you really start digging into some of the crap that they pulled, it's like, this is a nothing burger. I mean, this was easy peasy for them. They had control of the whole situation. But again, like I said, it's literally another magic bullet. Literally. You have now 2 assassinations, 2 magic bullets, both of them a lone shooter. Might be a conspiracy, but definitely a lone shooter. So let's round all these people up and question them. Oh, wait, we're not getting anywhere. Gee, that was a big fizzle. Let's blame all the Discord kids. I mean, it's just, come on.
How about the guy Zim, real quick? How about this for an anomaly? Mr. Zim, who was at 9/11, who was also at the Boston bombing and who was at the Charlie Kirk killing. This is the guy who threw himself in front of police and said, I did it. And later on, when he was found that he was not the one that did it, and they asked, well, why the heck did you say you did it and throw yourself in front? He said, because I wanted the real, guy that did it to get away. Do you know what the chances are just of being at those 3 incidents alone? 1 in 27 trillion with a T. I forget who looked that up, but somebody actually went to AI and looked it up. And it's 1 in 27 trillion that you would be at 9/11, the Boston bombing, and the Charlie Kirk shooting, let alone throwing yourself in front of the police and all that silliness.
Yep. I mean, that's what I said, though. They're losing control of the narrative. They've lost control of the narrative over in Gaza. In fact, I put that question to somebody the other day. I said, well, you please tell me how, because again, this is a Bible banger who is very, very much into the Zionists. And I'm like, explain to me how it's fair to annex or go in and annihilate the Gazan people when Bibi put Hamas in power in Gaza. The Gazans didn't ask for Hamas. The Gazans didn't elect Hamas. Israel put Hamas in power in order to take power from the PLO. It was Bibi Netanyahu. I was like, go look it up. It is a piece of history. It's not like they hide it. They put
from
Hamas
Yasser Arafat in particular, right? Yasser Arafat, the PLO, the enemy of thy enemy is thy friend.
Yep.
Yeah. They have to have a boogeyman.
There was a Palestinian election in 2019.
No. Hamas came into power about, 2006, 2007.
1987. Well, they didn't. I'm sorry. They didn't come into power in 1987. They came into legit power 2005. That's when they were actually voted in as a recognized legit quote unquote whatever government of Gaza. That is when within that previous year Yasser Arafat died, and now we could stop funding. When I say we, I'm talking BB, the IDF, etc. Now we can stop funding Hamas, and we can stop being friendly with them, because now they're our new enemy. You know what I mean? Because now we got rid of the PLO and we got rid of Yasser Arafat. So now we'll just make them the new boogeyman and we'll move on. And that's exactly what they did.
It was funny because I said to him, explain it to me. I need to understand this from your viewpoint. Explain to me how the Gazans are responsible for what happened when Bibi put Hamas there. Why are the Gazans paying the price for his choice?
Sorry, I just double checked. 2005 was the last presidential elections in Palestine.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, Hamas was brought in by Bibi Netanyahu. They were not Palestinian. They're Egyptian.
So that's 1987 when they were originally brought in.
Yep.
Yeah, but this goes back to the Cold War argument, doesn't it?
No, it does not, because if you go look it up in Wikipedia, it will literally tell you that Israel supported Hamas. Israel backed Hamas.
But to stop the Reds from having influence.
The devil there. They put the devil. They planted the devil in Gaza to defeat a devil they didn't like, who they had already negotiated peace with. And it wasn't the Gazans it wasn't the Palestinians that screwed up that peace deal. Rabin died. He was assassinated by another Jew, and Israel started moving their settlements back again. And the Gazans knee-jerked and said, "No, you don't. We had a deal." And then because they got violent, oh, it's their fault. No.
But
no.
But we're in what 2025 now. 1980,
yes.
wherever it was. It's a long time ago.
Hamas came into full power in 2005, 2006. And again, backed by Bibi Netanyahu specifically. Not just Israel, but Bibi. He put them there. And now you're going to decimate. They have decimated 68% of the Gazan population because they want them to turn over Hamas. Well, why doesn't Bibi just go in and get them? He put them there. And I said that to him. How is that fair to the Gazan people? They didn't want Hamas there. They didn't ask for Hamas. Hamas was pushed on them. I'm like, so now Hamas is embedded. Now they've interbred with the community. Now you've got children by Hamas leadership, and Hamas is suddenly, doing all these things. Strangely enough, able to infiltrate the most secure country on the planet for 9 hours unimpeded.
Yeah, how did that happen? How about it?
No.
Actually, that was apparently a war game that the Mossad had put out once. I'd seen that somewhere. Somebody had released that everything, right down to the paraglider, was already planned out by Mossad, and it played out exactly as a war game.
I mean,
the thing that gets me is how long it went on for. It's ridiculous enough when I saw footage of what looked like guys with lawnmowers attached to their rear end parachutes, but it went on for like 3 hours
because they were told to stand down.
Cats that would set off the alarm at that fence. There was a gal IDF soldier who was watching the fence around the early 2000s, and she said if a cat came too close to that fence, you would make a phone call. People would come. They'd look. There was a whole they had their ducks in a row. There was a whole thing they would do. It blows me away that it goes on for that long, 3 hours.
IDF soldiers are already coming out of the woodwork saying that they were told to stand down.
Well, that's the thing. That was one of the things that Charlie Kirk had said in one of his interviews over the summer when he was questioning the Gaza invasion. And he had said, I've been to Israel twice. I've been to that border area, and I can tell you, you can't go 5 feet without running into an IDF soldier. 5 feet. So, because he could never get his head around how that occurred. And he just wanted Bibi to say, hey, did you issue a stand down order? Kind of like our Benghazi. Nobody ever.
There was another thing. There was another thing that I heard. The chopper pilots, they weren't even, and this is just, I can't remember where I heard this, but in the beginning, I heard they weren't even being given targets. They were just told verbatim, empty the bellies of your war machines and do not come back until you emptied the bellies of your war machines. And then they would come back, and then they would reload and go out again. And they said they came back 3 times before they finally started getting anything, like to just shoot up anything except giving them specific targets, other than their own soldiers that were in some of those vehicles under what's called the Hannibal Directive, which means in the IDF, having hostages ain't good for business. So basically, I'm supposed to kill my brother in arms if he gets taken hostage, if I have a shot and I can put one in his head. That's what I'm supposed to do, so he can't be bargained with later. And this is a doctrine that's, you can Google that as well. It's called the Hannibal Directive. It's an IDF doctrine. And that is basically what they were doing with those choppers for the whole 3 hours, the first 3 hours of it, until they finally started getting some actual specific targets to go after.
Well, it wasn't that, that conversation. He couldn't answer me. He couldn't tell me, how that was fair to the Gazan people, how it was anybody's responsibility but Israel's. And then he kind of got quiet and he says, well, he said, but the Muslims, you know, they're horrible with this and they're horrible with that. And oh, I got to take us out to break. Ha! You know, I was looking for the 1 minute mark. I'm sorry about that.
All right, that was my fault.
We're going out to break, guys. Sorry about I'm going a little over. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
On time.
All right, we're on radio break.
I was watching for the 1 minute. I'm like, gotta get close.
Is that me? Was that me?
No.
Go over.
No, that was my fault.
It was me. I fell asleep at the wheel here.
But it's funny because one of the things he came back with is, well, Muslims rape and they do this, and you tell me one thing in the Bible that tells the Jews to do that. So I went back and I pulled like 18 different quotes from the Bible, including the fact that they're supposed to rape their enemies' male children under the age of 9. I'm like, that is in the freaking Torah. Okay? It's in there. Gave him the quote, gave him the section, everything. It's in the Talmud. Right?
Yeah. Okay, I believe
I
that.
want to be real careful about how I say this, but are you familiar with their culturistic thing they do with children 3 and under?
3-year-old girls, yes.
The reason for this, they say, is because the hymen grows back. And they say, much like someone's poked in the eye and the eye tears up and heals, so does the hymen of a 3-year-old under 3. Oh, man, that's rough.
That's what I said.
That's when we perverted.
When we correlate child trafficking.
I heard that from a rabbi.
I'm telling you, I know this is how they think. I know. They don't hide it.
That's
but it's
why
like,
they were allowed to go in Gaza, because it's the worst trafficking place in the world is those tunnels.
Maybe. There's arguments of both other things, but Jason, just on the point of just on your hostage point, what you said seems nonsensical to me, because surely having hostages and being able to ransom them is a if I was military strategics, that would make a lot more sense than just outright killing them.
No,
are you trying to say that the Hannibal Directive doesn't exist?
It does.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just looking at it from a logical standpoint.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense, though. I mean, I guess from a logical standpoint, I guess it kind of does, but it's awful. It's horrible. You know, like imagine this guy is watching my left flank for the last 2 hours, saved my life twice, and now because he got captured and I have a shot at him and I'm supposed to take it to kill him. I mean, yeah, strategically, I guess now they can no longer use him as a hostage. But man, what a hardcore.
But you gotta understand, they've been doing this for decades. I mean, there's I can't remember the name of the treaty for centuries. Okay, thank you. But there's an actual what do you call it? A treaty with Hitler about sacrificing a certain amount of Jews in order to get the what do you call it? The Israel to relocate these people to Israel with their assets. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
I don't know.
I haven't heard about that, and I don't specifically think that it has to do with the Hannibal directive, but it could.
No, but I will look it up. The thing is, though, my point is, they have no qualms about sacrificing themselves, sacrificing each other in order to achieve their political goals. They have zero qualms about it. And again, I just wish I could remember that name of that thing, but they'll do anything in order to get Israel, to establish it as their own state. Because they're not thinking about it in the short term, you know, we're going to lose a couple of citizens, seconds. Whatever. They don't care. I mean, you look at when the 7-Day War, when Iran and Israel were trading rounds. They kept their people there. They shut down the airports, and they keep the people there to use them as human shields. Everything that they blame Hamas of doing, they do themselves.
And
that's the reason why they located their hospital next to their Pentagon.
4.
And their Mossad.
3. 2, 1. And you are live and back on the radio side right now.
And we're back. And, of course, on the break, everybody's trying to get their last word in before we go back on the air. I'm going to let Raphael and Jason and Mark continue their conversation. So, Raphael, bring everybody up to speed on what you're talking about and then continue.
Well, we were talking about the Hannibal Directive, and I thought that Mark Edwardy was calling to question whether the veracity of the Hannibal Directive, and I can tell you it's 100% legitimate. But there
You can
are
Google
plenty,
it.
yeah,
It'll come up on Google.
but there are plenty of examples throughout history where they're willing to sacrifice their own people to get their long-term objectives met, including there was a treaty between Hitler and the Jewish what do they call it? It's the World Jewry, I think they called themselves back in the day. But anyway, long story short, they were basically made a deal with Hitler to allow their people to get their stuff back to over to Israel without losing any assets. Basically, they wanted Hitler didn't want to wasn't going to do export controls of their wealth that they had amassed over the years. Now, in a more modern day context, as an example, you look during the Iran-Iraq 7-day war, I guess, and we're going to call it, basically where they're trading blows for 7 days. The thing about it, though, is that they trapped their own people there and used them as human shields. They shut down the airports and they kept them there as human shields. Basically, everything that they've ever accused the Palestinians of, they do themselves. It's one of those deny, and make counter accusations things. And at the end of the day, that I think that is going to bite them in the keister. I mean, it's not just that their own people are going to find it offensive that they've got, basically got their necks put out on the chopping block like that. But if the Israelis manage to get rid of all of the Palestinians, they don't understand. Those are their only human shields that are worth anything. If they manage to ethnically cleanse the Gaza and the West Bank and make Israel Palestinian free, they're just getting rid of their human shields. And whoever's left over, they're not going to have any compunctions about dropping nukes on whatever's left.
And it's not just their folks being used as human shields. I've seen footage of them using an 11-year-old Palestinian boy, handcuffing him to the bars on their windscreen as they drive down the avenue, well, whatever, the streets back and forth through Gaza, patrolling or doing whatever they do. They had an 81-year-old man going and checking for bombs. And once they forced him to check all these buildings for bombs, they killed him anyway. Yeah, indeed. Whatever they're accused of, it's always strike that, reverse it.
I'm just going to say, be careful on this because, as we know, propaganda is done on both sides. And let's say the mainstream press hasn't actually been non-biased in this issue. But as far as the Hannibal Directive is concerned, I wasn't arguing that there is no Hannibal Directive. I was just questioning the idea of hostages or killing your enemy instead of producing hostages for purpose of bartering, if you like. And also, there's the other. You're talking about Israel wanting to what's the word I'm looking for? creating soldiers that will die for the cause. But we've seen this with in the Islamic books as well. The idea of martyrdom.
Absolutely.
So yeah. So it's
and for
not
us,
to say
it's one-way missions.
Yeah. And also on the final board, I disagree with the sort of entire genocide argument, because if Israel wanted to do that, then they could have done it quite quickly and efficiently. In my opinion.
They did do it quite quickly. It took them
but
under 2 years.
The genocide. If there was still Palestinian is still there. Palestinian.
Yeah, there's still some left.
Therefore, it's not a genocide.
Oh,
in the
Mark.
truth.
Well, if you look up the actual definition of genocide, it's not having gotten rid of an entire people or population. It's being in the act of trying to get rid of an entire people or population, also known as ethnic cleansing, and definitely fits the bill for what I've seen over the last what would be 6 days now. It'll be 2 years.
So attempted ethnic cleansing is okay. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry?
No. No, I was just
are you
joking about what you said.
To me?
Yeah.
No. They're directing
That's
at
what
Mark.
the dictionary calls it. Ethnic cleansing / genocide. And then that's the definition they give. Trying, when you're doing it, when you're in the middle of doing it, that's what they've been doing. They've been in the middle of doing it the last 2 years. I think 70,000 deaths was about what it is, 63,000. I think that over 2 years is enough to justify being, what they put in the dictionary as genocide.
Actually, there is a UN doctrine on this, and I can remember the actual treaties that talks about this. A 1947 document on the genocide. But yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Good one. The UN has signed on now. Finally. But even they have signed on now and said, yes, it's a genocide. Yes, it's ethnic cleansing. So, according to them, it's now ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, but things like the ICJ and the UN have been pushed by countries like South Africa to call this genocide, and we all know issues in South Africa at this present moment, so I'm going to take that with a pinch of salt.
Well, there was 4 other times they went ahead and they wouldn't call it genocide, so it'd been taking them long enough. It took almost 2 years to get it out of them, and 63,000 deaths. That's just what they cop to. I know it's higher than 60,000.
Well, they've wiped out pretty much an entire generation of men, so it's problematic.
Well, half of the population is women and children. I mean, that's half the population just by number. So just by that alone, most, quote unquote, of the people getting killed are women and children.
Yeah, well, it's going to be the complete opposite over in Ukraine. As a matter of fact, I'm going to open a mail order bride business over there as soon as it's done.
Strategically, that's not a bad idea.
I don't know, man. Ukrainian
with
women.
With my immigration background, I'm a shoo.
Oh boy, you had to go there, didn't you?
I'm just saying, I strike while the iron's hot.
Think of all the money he's going to make.
That's right.
As he g's his ass suit off, or they take him to the bank.
No, think of all the money they're going to make.
I was going to say, yeah, the Ukrainian women are quite intelligent. I actually have a really good friend that's Ukrainian. She's quite brilliant. But it's, yeah. I mean, put it this way. I get befuddled because I see Israel taking the same exact steps that were taken against them in World War II. And they're doing it with impunity, and they're doing it with arrogance. And I think that's what really angers me, is that when Bibi talks about it, when he says from the river to the sea, which he says quite often, which is the whole Greater Israel Project plan.
Yeah.
nobody blinks when he says that.
Wasn't that originally come from pro-Hamas supporters?
Oh, it did. It did.
Yeah,
And
I was right about to say that. It's interesting that he picks that river to the sea to say, because Mark Edworthy's right. That used to be their number one complaint. Have you read the Hamas charter? Have you read the Hamas charter that we should be pushed into the sea? Yeah. And they hadn't read the Hamas charter because that hadn't been on it since about 2017. They had changed their charter officially. But anyway, that's a technicality. But yeah, indeed.
It's fun. Like I said, it's interesting because again, he's pushing the same exact thing that they had heart failure over, that was in the Hamas charter, and he's saying the same exact thing. And when he gets called to the floor with it, he says, "But it's ours by right." Well, really, because I'm pretty sure the Arabs have the same claim, and pretty sure you can't fight them on it because pretty sure they've been there several thousand years too. So it's kind of you're doing the same exact thing that was done to you in World War II. The whole reason we did the Nuremberg Code, the whole reason we put together all these laws so this could never happen again, you are blatantly shitting on and then wiping your ass with them. I mean, honest to God, I've never seen anything like it, and nobody is calling them to the floor. Nobody is doing it. I mean, and it's why they're the banking system. How do you call them? They own all the money.
And that was the reason why World War II happened. I mean, basically the Jews of the time had basically taken over Germany from the inside and completely fleeced it through interest. And that was one of Hitler's great arguments against them. But he was going to allow them to take off. He was going to allow them to kick rocks and start their own lives someplace else. The problem really was the ones that were over in Russia doing the Bolshevik Revolution. I mean, they killed how many Christians? Just from the Bolshevik Revolution?
The Russian Orthodox. Yeah, they were killing the Russian Orthodox. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, but nobody talks about that. And that was really what kicked off the German offensive, because they said that they got Russia, but Germany was next. And of course, the Bolsheviks started killing a bunch of people over in Poland. That was it. That was enough for Hitler.
I would disagree on that point, because I'm looking at this from a sort of me and Roger did an entire political history series, and we looked at the sort of implications of how World War II was created due to World War One, and how World War One was created because of tensions after the Napoleonic Wars.
I'm going to have to dig this stuff up.
This is somewhat complicated. It's more related to the concept of socialism rather than any sort of individual sort of group, that's to say.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. In fact, I will double down on that, because I always laugh when Bibi calls Israel a democratic state, because I'm like, democratic for who? The Israelis, because they're the only ones allowed to vote. They're the only ones allowed to own land. It's really democratic if you're Israeli, but unfortunately, if you are living in Israel and happen to be Palestinian, you don't have any rights. You are literally not even a second-class citizen. You're a third-class citizen. I mean, it's no better than what we treated the Native Americans here as. It's no better than the black people were treated post-Civil War. It's no different. They're treated like dirt over there. And so are the Christians, which is why I never understood why American Christians back this. Because I'm like, yeah, have y'all not read the laws in Israel? because it's not super pro-Christian. I can tell you that. No matter what their kumbaya stuff they're feeding you in the news, go read the laws. It's not friendly for anybody else but the Israelis. And that's the thing. You don't have to be Israeli by descent. You just have to claim that you're Jewish and you're in. And that's, that's why I said this is not a state of, this is not a bloodline descent. This is not 12 tribes of Israel. This is any Yahoo who decides that they want to be, in fact, I was laughing because I think I mentioned it the other day on the show. When you're on Facebook, Israel is running ads on Facebook. Literally running ads, trying to convince people to go to Israel and become an Israel. If you're a Jew, go to Israel, become an Israeli citizen. You can get your citizenship. Just tell us you're a Jew. And I'm not
sure. That's what Zionism is, right?
Yep. I pointed out to Rafi as
Theodore Herzl. The folks didn't really, the Jewish folks didn't really necessarily want to up and uproot from where they were in, the regions that they were in Europe. But Theodore Herzl in the very late 1800s, very early 1900s, told them this is going to be the greatest thing. And then they, when the carrot wouldn't work, they used the stick. With a few false flag, bombings, etc. Let's scare them into there, etc. And it worked.
The
to an
Habar
extent.
Agreement. Sorry, I found it. It's the Habar Agreement. Habar. The treaty between Hitler and the Jews. I'll drop it in the chat.
Yeah, I mean put it this way. I don't think it's a comfortable subject for anybody to have a conversation on, but it has to be had. And, for 75 years now, nobody has wanted to have the conversation because of what had happened in World War II. But that's done nothing but empower. Like I said to the guy, Bibi Netanyahu is a psychopathic maniac. He's a psychopathic maniac. He truly is. I was like, he kills indiscriminately and does so in the name of God. Oh, there's going to be a price paid for that. Because I'm pretty sure that even though they may not call him by the same name, their beliefs are pretty similar. And yeah, y'all are probably talking about the same individual all the way around. And there's going to be a comeuppance. Because you cannot, like I said, if he hadn't put Hamas there to begin with, I don't think I'd be as hard on him. But he did, and he knows he did. And, it's not anything Israel has denied. They know they did that. And now they're just...
Indeed, it's not anything they have denied. Keep going. I just want to make sure that everybody understood that. It's nothing they denied. You can look this up, and it's there. It's this history that I didn't know.
Yep. It's not anything they've ever denied. They own it, but somehow it's the responsibility of the Gazans because, it didn't work out, which I, honest to God, believe the whole damn thing is a setup. I think Hamas and Israel are probably allied. I think Iran and Israel are allied. And I think in the end of all this, Iran and Israel are going to pay a price because it's the only thing that works in my head when it comes to how things have panned out. And it's like, yep, it tells me that, and I do have a really good friend in Iran, and he has always told us that his government, which he is very against, because he's actually a Christian Iranian, his government and Israel's government are one and the same. And he said it many times. He says, we don't understand why the West does not understand this. They're not enemies. They play a game. And that game kicks profit up for everybody all the way around, except the people that are contributing to it, like the United States. Your taxes, your tax money goes to all this. And it's all a game. It's all a game. And I thought, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Because you've got this knee-jerk extremist government in Iran that came in after what happened? The Shah, was deposed. Okay, Shaw was the westernized guy who was actually making money, quite a bit of money, but he wasn't sharing it, was he? No, he was not. So suddenly we have an extremist government in Iran. What's going on in Gaza? What happened in Gaza? They put an extremist organization in to take out another extremist organization. And my thing on that has always been, when has Bibi Netanyahu ever done anything he could not control? He is not. That is not his history as a leader. That is not his history in government. That is not his history as a person. He controls everything. So, again, like I said, guys, do your homework. Look into it. And it does.
Does he control Trump?
No, I don't think so. I think that's why he's pissed. He's realizing now he doesn't, because Trump basically said, "No, what? No, you're not annexing Gaza. No, we're going to fix it up and we're going to give it back to the Gazan people." That's the game plan.
Into a resort area. That's what he wanted to do, right? Turn it into a beautiful beachfront property
He
with.
wants to make it profitable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Profitable and give it to the
people.
Gazans.
People forgetting about the other big player in that area, Saudi Arabia.
Oh yes. Yes. Well, again, though, I'm going to remind you guys what happened in Las Vegas. And the fact that the Saudis were at one time an enemy, and then they had a kind of a regime change, whether they wanted it or not. And pretty sure that regime works with Trump.
Thinking of the map. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, thinking of the map when it comes to the Greater Israel, Harat Israel, the Greater Israel Project. He was talking about Saudi Arabia. That map includes them chopping off the top 33% of Saudi Arabia. And I always, think to myself, that should be real interesting to see what that looks like.
Yeah. It also includes areas of Ukraine and Turkey and Iran. It's really interesting how big that map actually is. All right,
basically,
guys.
Well, not basically. It goes from the Euphrates to the Nile, they call it.
Yep. Sure does. And again, I don't think people really kind of get it, but they will. All right, guys. I got to start wrapping it up for the evening. Jason, go ahead and tell everybody where they can find you.
All right. You can find me at MC_dirtywork at, D Live, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday mornings, at Instagram, at BitChute, and then you can find me at Rumble without the underscore, just MC Dirtywork.
David Campione.
You can find me at David Champ at Facebook, and Fine Art America under David Campione, and Flickr, David Campione, and Amazon.com, UFO Spacecraft Identification Manual.
Nice.
Next.
Mark Edworthy, go for it.
I'm at minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Raphael.
You can find Nancy and myself at thevixensvault.com. Again, that's thevixensvault.com. If it comes up to a tranny Victoria's Secret, that's not us.
We've been hacked. No. And Vicky
somebody liked Nancy's show name and they adopted it.
Vicky left.
I was going to say, to the listeners, Vicky actually went ahead and left early tonight because she had a really bad headache. And we lost Roger somewhere in the mix too, but I'd like to thank both Vicky and Roger for being on. Miss you guys. And you guys can find me on Facebook as Nancy Planetta. You can find me on Telegram as the Wiccan Vixen. I am in multiple Telegram channels. Happy to oblige and put anybody in any channel they want to go in that I run. And you can also find me on X as Rider on the Storm. With that, I'm going to go ahead and close out the show. Guys, have a great week. Be safe. Try not to get caught in the government shutdown. Try not to get caught in the weather because it looks like the East Coast is going to be getting some. But with that, we're out of here for the night. Be good, and we'll see you next week.
All right. Great show. I'm not going to do an after show tonight, folks. I have appointments tomorrow.
Yeah, we did too.
And we will have one next week for sure. I'm pretty certain of that. But not tonight. All right.
All right.
So I'm going to go ahead and host out, folks. If you are
Good night.
out there,
It's
Nance,
always a pleasure.
drop me a call
Good night,
later
all.
on tonight.
Good night, everybody.
Yep. All right. Good night.
Night, Jason. Night, Mark. Everybody. Good night, Margaret. Chelsea.
If
Good night,
you
man.
Guys, have a good
are
night.
on Kick, we are going to go over to, where are we going? Oh, The Great Conspiracy. If you're on D Live, we're going to go over to DK-spiracy. All right? Let's go show them some friendship and drop them some likes and shout outs there as well. All right. So, I'll host you next week, MC. Okay, Jason? All right. That's our stream for tonight. Good night, folks.